make sure this is the correct microphone. I hope so. Audio, doing good. We hope so. For TikTok, I don't have the correct thing posted up. Hold on. Oh, shit. Jesus Christ. Sorry, y'all. Okay. Motherfucker. Okay, let me get my... I'm just shouting. You guys are probably like, is she okay? Is she all right? Because what is going on over there? Okay, let me change that to this. There we go. There we go. Now TikTok, you guys are in the same spot. Yes, please save that. There you go. Yay. And now I think we're ready to go. So hello everybody, welcome back to class. Today we're not going to do a student FAQ. My energy is so fucking dog-ass tired. I'm just not in it. Also, I can hear myself. Let me turn myself down. That's insane. There we go. Okay. Uh-oh, I actually turned it and it turned off. Okay, there we go. There we go, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, what was he saying? The energy. I don't like it. I kind of mean to open up my astrology app. Let's hope and pray that my iPad didn't die. It died. Your hopes and prayers meant nothing to me, people. I'm just kidding. Hopes and prayers are very much appreciated. Let's see. I'm gonna plug this in, and then at least I'll be able to see the charts, the astrological chart for now. Oh my god, it's stuck in my chair. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. Get ready? 1, 2. Ugh. This is the worst way to go about this. There we go. Oh my god. I have this long ass cord, and of course it's wrapped underneath my chair, which in every kind of way. There we go. This is why we're not doing anything crazy today. I do want to mention some of the planets. Neptune's in retrograde. We're going to talk about... I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, my iPad turned on just now. As you can tell, this is how I am. I'm probably only going to be here for like an hour because you guys can already tell. I'm super fucking scattered, man. I spent most of my day... I think what it is, if I'm going to be totally honest, I spent a lot of my day not on the internet. Okay? Let me turn this off. That's a little bit better. I mean, it's dark, but... Oops. It was dark, but at least I wasn't yellow. Now I'm just orange. The fuck? We're just gonna have to live with this. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to... What was I trying to do? Oh, for the most part today, I've been like very much present in my like lived life. So being on the internet immediately scatters my brain. And I kind of wanted to come on because I was going to just cancel class because that's what I normally do when things are just like it's not a good time to be in the airways, so to speak. Like, be present, be focused. It's one thing to tell you all that, and it's a totally different thing to then come on the internet and then like encourage everybody to be on the internet by coming you know, like you got to live by your own advice, otherwise it shouldn't be advice. So for the most part, I tend to just like cancel classes anytime it's not conducive. Now that's not so usual. Like there's some real like things that generally happen that tell me it's not conducive. But yeah, I pay attention to that an awful lot, and today's one of those days. Oh man, you guys can see how scattered I am. Normally I come and I'm like, you know, oh, these things and this. Look at my little current events. We don't even have I don't even have anything on here besides, let me put astrology is trash. Let me put not the astrology itself, the transit astrology transits right now are trash. There you go. That's a little bit more honest. So that's why I'm probably just going to pop in for an hour just to kind of give some updates on astrological transits and stuff like that, and also some kind of like what I've been doing that's been helping, and also some things that I've noticed. So we're going to talk about the transits. One, fuck, this is not what I meant. Oh, let me close that. Let me close that. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. Things to do eventually. Newsletter roundup. Not that one. This one. There you go. Trash. Okay. Astrology transits right now. Trash. There we go. So that's one thing that we've got going on. Another one is let me see. What else did I say? Actually, y'all, I'm gonna record this because I accidentally clicked that, and I don't want someone to pause the video and to read those things. So I'll record this and just upload it separately. Because I would hate for anything there to have been confidential and flashed amongst you all. Okay, hello class, welcome back. I was just telling everybody that the astrology is trash right now. I'm probably only going to be here for like an hour, and we're going to cover the astrology transits that are going on. What I've noticed physically, because I've had, like, everybody in my family has experienced some type of odd sensation. You know, when you feel like you're sick, but you're not actually sick. So there's inflammation in different areas, or a flare up of something, things like that. And the Schumann resonance has been interesting since then. Okay, so that sort of thing. And then what else did I say we were going to talk about? Fuck. Maybe things to do to cope. I don't fucking know. I'll just write that down. All right, so astrology wise, oh my God, who is this? Oh, it's James Barry. My bad, y'all. I was like, who is this person up here? On my motherfucking my chart. James Barry. I looked up his natal chart. We were all curious about it during book club or around one of those events, and it turned out his Uranus is in Gemini, the same transit that we're having right now. So perhaps that's something that I'll start with simply because it was pop up right there. So you have Mars conjunct Gemini still right now, although it's separating. This man means that there's like a lot of mental activity and mental energy, and you're going to want to do a lot of things, like act off a lot of ideas. But here's something that I kind of want to emphasize for y'all. The mind, body, soul connection. Okay. Actually, let me say soul, mind, body connection. Let's do in that order. Your soul is made up of fire and water, or your spiritual and emotional bodies. Okay, so this acts very much as your imagination. Okay, your imagination is used there. Your mind is air. Okay, air. It's made up of air, or your mental body. This is where your imagination. Here you go. Your imagination. In your imagination, let me put it this way so that you all can really understand. Your spiritual body or your fire body. Fire equals light frequency, right? Light frequency. And I just jumped right into this. No headway. You guys are rolling with me. You guys are good. You guys are good. Okay, water equals sound frequency, because what travels through water, what does water hold? Sound vibration. So sound, it collects sound. So you can see how this is the information. This is. So the information that simply is. Okay? It's the information that simply is. Think of it that way. And also, Y'all leave any comments, any questions that you have. Like, since this is just kind of a really chill class, I can put a lot of focus on the questions that you're asking in the chat, especially if you're on TikTok. Can you switch the screens out and the text at the bottom, the text in the chat? Oh yeah, you know what? That's really smart. You should have told me that sooner. I'm just kidding. I was just joking. That was me being a dick. I was just being silly. But yeah. Okay. So, that way you can see. That was so smart. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know why I didn't think of that, but I'm so glad you did because it looks great. Okay, so this is all the information that is light and sound. Okay, those are the only kind of information particles that exist in the universe: sound vibration and light vibration. Okay, those are like the cornerstone of particles, molecules, things that can make stuff. Okay, in your mind. So let me bold this so that makes more sense, right? Okay, so in your mind, let me talk about the I'm not going to title that. We'll just go with it. Okay, so in your mind, this is air or your mental body. So what do you think happens here? I want you all to think for chemistry in a minute. This is where the string of information gets meaning. Okay, we take the light particles to decide what, essentially, we're to decide the subject. To decide the subject, and the sound particles to okay, for lack of a better term right now, this is weird. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, there we go. For lack of a better term right now, I'm just gonna say we use the sound particles to dress it up in costume. Okay, so what I mean, because what I kind of want to get across is that your mind is the place where you get a bunch of information and then you make it make sense to you. You put it into you organize the string. So think puzzle pieces. Puzzle pieces are put together, and the puzzle pieces, okay, that's a really concrete one, right? Funny enough, using the term puzzle pieces kind of gives you an idea that there is a match for every piece in here, and by the time that you're done, you're gonna have a picture that makes sense, right? You're just gonna feel like it all makes sense. Oh, great, I got what I need. Now, what if I told you your puzzle pieces are paint colors: red, blue, purple, yellow, green. I'm just going to give you those 4 colors, or 5. How many ever fucking colors I said? 6? Anyways, I'm just going to give you those colors. Okay, that's it. And I'm going to give you a canvas and I'm going to give you a paintbrush. Those are your new puzzle pieces. So how are you going to put those things together? Well, Sally's going to put them together and she's going to make a barn with some sheep outside and a sun. And it's looking a little house in the prairie, but that's Sally. Okay, I give you those, and I got this weird abstract shit, and it looks like the asshole of hell is being birthed out of, it's this red circle coming at me, and these blue walls, and I'm like, are we going into hell? And you're like, no, this was actually what I thought of. Well, I thought of a memory between me and my mother, but thanks for making it weird. And I'm like, I'm sorry. It's abstract. I felt something, and I thought I knew what was going on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shit all over your mother's memory, right? In other words, if I give you paints and a paintbrush and a canvas and all that kind of stuff, everybody gets puzzle pieces. They get the information. They get what is, but when you put it together, it's going to come out uniquely, something that's uniquely you. This is where you get narratives, right? Narratives. This pretty place is addicting to people who love control. Okay. And if you're human, you love control. You love that. You love the feeling of stability. Okay. Especially if you're domesticated. Man, domesticated humans love control. And what's funny enough at the same time is when you do this, because your body technically loves stability and control, your body likes things to be scheduled, routine, the same thing over and over again, because your body is the most densest version of you, right? So this is your physical. So we'll say, earth, right? Or earth or physical body. Okay. This is what matters. And I'm using that term very cheekily because I'm talking about physical matter, right? This is what is concrete, right? It's what's concrete. It's what lasts after all of this has been done. This is what lasts. This is what comes out at the end. So we go through this cycle, we get information, we apply meaning to it, and then something, and if you apply meaning to it, sometimes you get a new idea, right? And that new idea, oh, I'm gonna tell you a story I heard on TikTok about this girl who had psychosis. I actually reposted a video of it because I think she told her story in a way that's pretty healthy. Lots of people talk about psychosis or they get diagnosed and they talk about like their diagnosis, but they don't talk about what their experience looked like. They just talk about the general things that they did, like, oh, I would sometimes, guess things and it would be right, but the way that I was guessing was wrong. But you don't hear what was it that you did that was wrong. When people give you specifics, then you really start to concrete understand the context of their situation. And it goes from vague, everybody's schizophrenic because everybody hears voices in their head at some point in time, to very specific, oh, you have been severely depressed for the past 10 to 15 years. The voices you heard telling you to do terrible things are also in somewhat an alignment about the environment you're in, the choices that you have, this, that, and the other, right? So when people give you details, it helps you contextualize their experiences. And she did, so I thought it was pretty good. I think the video, it's recent, so I think the title of it is Psychosis. But she talks about it, and I link it in there. So I'll just give you the gist of her story. She said this was when she was heavy in an episode. She was sitting outside, and she used to go sit outside because she'd wait for people to walk by. She said people to run up on her. She's outside waiting for people to run up on her. That doesn't make any sense, does it? It's premeditated. And she was laughing at that because, that's how it's the difference between what is objective reality and your subjective truth is. Objective reality is you went outside to interact with people. Her subjective truth is they're running up on me. They came up on me. Well, only because you were sitting out there waiting for them. If you were inside minding your business, they would have kept minding their business. Anyways, so she's outside. And this couple walks up, a guy and a girl. And she goes, hey, well, she stops them, starts talking to them. She finds out that they're going to a party. She goes, hey, can I come with you? Because, they're going to go smoke with some friends or something. And they're like, do you got your own stuff? And she's like, yeah, I'm going to go inside and get it, and then I'll come. And they're like, okay, you can come hang out. Smoking can be a recreational activity. And so oftentimes people are friendly, and these are get-together types of moments. The bottom half of the notes are off screen, by the way. Oh, thank you. I'll remember to. Dang, why can't I scroll? That's annoying. I'll just move myself down a little bit. You guys are fine. I'll just do this. We're good. We can just look at this for a little bit. Okay. But yeah, what was I saying? Something about, oh, yeah. So it's a activity that people do. So they wait for her to come outside, but when she goes inside, she automatically starts thinking they're going to try to kill her. They're who, in her mind, they've just invited her. They've just tried to get her to go to a separate location. And ice, like she's going by herself. She doesn't know them. You know what I mean? And, these people are out to get her. So she goes outside and she sits down in the grass to meditate, and they're like, hey, so are we going to go? And she's like, no. And they're like, oh, okay. And then they leave. And she starts thinking, she's sitting to meditate to get her power back from them because, they're kind of coercing, they've obviously they're spiritually attacking her, right? Otherwise she wouldn't feel so weird. And, then of course they walk away. And so she starts walking after them because she's going to get them before they can get her. So she's premeditated chasing them down. And she said it wasn't until she said with her own mouth, I think she said she was going to do some terrible stuff to them and also consume them, like cannibalism. And I was like, and that freaked her out. And that was when she was like, she went back home. She called her dad, who she hadn't talked to in a while. She's like, I'm losing it. And, she got help. Now, I just want to express here how that can happen. How do you go from inviting yourself out to a party to then premeditatedly following people down the street that you think are hunting you down after you've concocted the entire situation? The thing is that when you repress yourself, well, first of all, and I said this before, if you are in a state where it is legal for you to use recreational drugs, and you are of a legal age to do them, you're doing it at your own risk. I say you should always wait until you're at least 25, until your prefrontal cortex has developed fully. Because what you're doing, especially with like a plant drug, plant medicine, it opens up your capacity to channel and move energy. So think about like the Norse Vikings. They used to this term, they go berserk. Now, they used to take a plant, I think it was a mushroom of some sort, but it was plant medicine. They'd grind it all up, and before they go off to battle somewhere, they would take it and envision themselves being like immortal. So what they're doing is opening up their energetic capacity to do something. So in other words, if you were to go to the gym to work out and you take a bunch of, what is that, pre-workout stuff that's like meth these days? Anyways, you do pre-workout, right? I'm expecting you to go expend a lot of energy. People would do that because it made it easier for them to work out. They're not pushing it. They're not using their own energy. Their body has just been transplanted with energy, right? So now you got a bunch of energy coursing through you. You can go work out. So doing drugs is not necessarily giving you all the energy, but it is opening you up, opening up your channel. If before, I'm trying to look for something. Oh, I have this little, I found these outside. I don't know why I have it. Okay. But if your capacity, let's say this is the true capacity of energy, right? We got two little holes here. This one's your true capacity. It's pretty wide. It's pretty wide. I need an actual tube. But it's pretty wide, okay? You see the circle here. Now, if I told you, okay, this is your capacity for energy throughout the day, what you can do, X, Y, and Z, but the moment that you come in contact with any type of drain on your energy, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Now, a drain can be something like you have something you got to do today that you weren't planning on doing, and it's somebody else's bullshit that you said would happen, but they did it anyways, and now it happened, and now they're calling you, and they need your help to do stuff. That's a drain on your energy, right? And it can be kind of frustrating because you feel like you're getting pulled into stuff that's not yours, and it kind of derails you for the day. Okay, now at the end of the day, the person says, oh, I'm so glad you were able to help me. I know I can always count on you. You're just never busy. You know how you just got irritated? Never fucking busy. Yeah, you have nothing going on with your life. If only you were married and you actually had kids, then you'd know how hectic everything is. But I'm so glad you've got nothing going on. So that way I can just stop whatever is going on in your life and you just come over and help me at any point in time. They didn't say thank you. They said, bitch, I'm so glad your life is useless that you can be a maid for me. And you went, the fuck? But then you realize you can't curse this bitch out because everyone in your family will yell at you because this woman, she's postpartum. She just had two sets of twins. I don't know why she got so many goddamn kids, but she's out of her wits and everybody always does what they can to help her because if she ain't always pregnant, she's always something else, right? So you're over the house and it's a birthday party. Let me add on top of that. You're describing my life right now. Is this at a birthday party? I'm like, damn, who's going through it? Because I don't got all these issues, girl. Anyways, you've seen this play. Yeah, I've seen this play out 1,000 times. This is why I don't do this to people. People were shocked because when I had kids, I barely would ask people to help me with anything. Like, I think I had somebody babysit my kids like just a few times. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, nah, these are mine. I made all these conscious choices. And also, I don't trust people like that. But anyways, I digress. Okay, so you're at the party and you're like, damn, I can't say nothing. Because if you do, everyone's going to call you they all know that you just are jealous of your sister because things always go well for her and they haven't been going well for you lately. Meanwhile, everything in your life is fine. These people just have weird thoughts, this, that, and the other. So you just speak, you're just quiet. You're quiet and you shove all that down because this now is not the right time to start arguing and bringing all these issues up. Now, if you live like that long enough, your capacity Damn, I need a new thing. What am I doing? I need something of substance. Okay. I'll use this. I don't want to because it's my thylacine. It's my frog eating a thylacine. My husband drew it because apparently thylacines are his favorite. Anyway, so I don't want to mess it up, but here we go. It's just a little circle. Oh, I have other cards. Ha! Y'all didn't think I could do this, but I can. Look at me. Look at me being resourceful. I'm sorry, I'm over here projecting onto all of you that you all don't think I can do this simply because... Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Here's a prompt. Okay, here's your usual ability to, like, this is your channel. All energy, all day goes to this channel. That was crazy. Now, this is what happens when you, so some of that energy is anger, frustration, annoyance. You want to slap a bitch. You also want to trip this kid because this kid done run across your feet 3 different times. And you done told this big ass motherfucker to stop stepping all over your shit. And you know, this kid's like 13. But everybody treats this kid like this kid's 6. You are fed up. But you don't express any of that. You don't express any of it. Nobody knows the difference. You keep a lid on it. So you went from this is your capacity to, because there's so much anger, frustration, stuff you don't want to express in there, right? Fuck, there we go. Because there's so much that you don't want to express outward, you have to repress. So instead of expressing all that, you just express what you can. And then we go, oh, well, the reason why I can't be myself around these people is, and we blame other people. I can't be myself around you because this. Yes. If you were stuck, right? Oftentimes when you're a child, anywhere, before you can like actively leave your home and support yourself in some way, shape, or form, or socialize with other people, live, supporting yourself doesn't need to look like you are, I don't know, on Sex in the City, you got your own fucking apartment, your own high paying job and shit like that. Sometimes that looks like living with roommates. Sometimes that looks like whatever the fuck it looks like. You know what I mean? You got to be brave and kind of understand what that is. But until that happens, if you live your whole life suppressing energy and conditioned to do that, you don't know how to stop doing it necessarily. Okay. It becomes a live state. It becomes your stasis. So you're used to only using this much energy all the time, even though your energy sector is here. Eventually, what's the difference between what you're channeling? Okay. You're over here. Oh, my eye. Oh, can you see my the difference between what you're channeling and what you have, the capacity of what's there for you to channel, the difference is outside of your awareness. You become unaware. So if you have a hard time labeling your anger, your sadness, like if you have a hard time labeling basic emotions, it's because you don't spend enough time labeling them. So that's practice. I say this with my kids all the time, practice. You have to practice the thing in order for your brain to do the thing ad nauseum. Because your body, that's what I mean when I say, this is what matters. This is the result of practiced soul-mind connection. Soul-mind, I should say activity. And behaviors. Okay. Lived behaviors. Okay. So that's what I mean when I say, when you only have a little bit of emotion coming through that you normally on a daily basis, you go, oh, well, these are the emotions that I can talk about, that I can explore, that I can look at. If I look at the other ones, I'm going to end up cutting off people. I'm going to end up hurting feelings. I'm going to end up doing all this. So I'm not even going to bother. Because if I do it, then I'm the bad guy. Okay. It's still in your energy. It's not being processed. What you're doing is telling yourself a story about why you're not processing your own energy. Now, let's say fast forward, you're sitting on the front lawn like our girl with psychosis, and I don't know, you rolling up a doobie or something. Is that what do kids still call it that? Anyways, you're out there smoking, you're doing your own thing. And some people walk over, they invite you out, you go inside to go get your stuff, and then all of a sudden, why did she snap like that? Why did she go from I'm going to go hang out with these people to they're trying to murder me. Well, it's really simple. Generally speaking, it's a risk to go hang out with people that you don't know, to a location that you don't know, to other people that you don't know while on drugs. Drugs are involved. All of these things are technically risk level behaviors. That doesn't mean that they are a threat. It just means that there is inherent risk that's involved. Anytime that you are a person going anywhere that you don't know with people that you don't know, there is risk involved. So, naturally speaking, our heroine here, she's used to processing for whatever, I don't know her personal story. So, for whatever reason, when she's processing emotions, she's used to processing this much. Okay. But when you not only recreationally use drugs, you don't regulate your emotions. In fact, we call them drugs, but it should be called plant medicine. But most people use them like a drug, something to fix themselves or sedate themselves, etc., rather than the medicine, which is a totally different concept and thing, right? But in spiritual spaces and stuff, it's considered very popular and very spiritual to do drugs and to do all sorts of other stuff and to like just say things and be in vibe and be in flow. Be in flow, but nobody talks about how to keep this clean. Okay? Because when you go inside and your normal threat levels are like, oh, this, and this. Okay, but she's not able to process the way that she normally does, which says, yes, I could possibly die, but these people seem fine. I mean, I'm the one who invited myself. They didn't invite me. So clearly, if there could be no setup ever because I'm the one that caused this to happen, right? So I should probably be aware, like, why am I going? Why do I want to do this? Do I want something from them? Am I just trying to experience? Like, these are the normal conversations. These are the things that come up in the mind, right? In the mind. However, if your soul, if your ability to collect light, so this is the information that you can see for the most part, and sound, the information that you can feel, right? If you're collecting this and your channel is wide the fuck open, but you don't have the tools necessary to navigate this wide the fuck open because you're used to navigating this, but you have to go navigate this now, your channel's wide open. So that means when the information comes through, you're going to be feeling a lot more and you're going to be seeing a lot more. A lot of people confuse a lot more and their little fucking ways of understanding a lot all the time, meaning you don't know how to calibrate. Yes, there's a risk, but what is the level of the risk? She's unable to mind. She was unable to calibrate the level of the risk. That's the story that you end up telling yourself. And that could be because there's just too much information flowing through her channel all at once and not enough actual time spent sorting that information. Now, you aren't supposed to go and sit down and think about every little thing that you do. This is something that generally runs itself. People who were addicted to control like to come over here and tinker, when in all actuality, what you should be tinkering with in this place are the big things like, what is that? Oh, okay. Let me see. The big things like philosophy, values, so beliefs. Okay. These are the kind of things that you want to tinker with in your personal time. And when you tinker with these in your personal time, so when you read fiction, you're always challenging your beliefs, your values, and philosophy because you're consistently matching them up against whoever the fuck you're reading and their characters and how the characters are behaving. This is why media literacy is so important, because you use the tools of consciousness, right, all the time to be able to be literate, to read without absorbing it, but to actually be able to discern what's going on rather than to think you know what's going on because you're practicing bias, right? So this is the stuff that you want to sit down and go through, and that shit's boring. Like, I'm gonna be totally honest. I think part of the reason why I'm so tired, I think I'm in one of those stages as a teacher where you look out across the sea, not of my own students, but like on TikTok. I'm looking out at the world and I'm like, what is the point of what I do if everyone's just gonna be stupid? Like, what is the point point of what I do if everyone's just gonna be stupid? And the stupidity isn't that people don't know. The stupidity is in avoiding doing the actual practice that's necessary. This is why I'm always telling y'all to journal. Y'all are good. This is the people out there in the wild, the domesticated wild. They're not doing so good, and they're not doing good is kind of like spreading out everywhere emotionally, and it's like being in I don't know, like, you're sharing water, a watering hole, and then those people come along and they dirty it all up, and you're like, oh, this is why we keep things private. This is why we don't tell people about our nice things. That's kind of how it feels right now, energetically speaking. I'll get back into that astrologically, but that's kind of the Uranus and Mars right now is bringing out, and you're gonna see a lot, probably, if you haven't already, people in psychosis or talking about their experiences in psychosis. I tend to notice that people in spiritual spaces go through a lot of things before people in non-spiritual spaces, simply because they're just exposed to it. You know what I mean? Like, they're just exposed early. But if you notice a lot of people acting on like conjecture is another word that I like to keep in mind for everybody. Let me bold in italics. Conjecture. That is not how you spell the word. Not there you go. Conjecture. So conjecture is an opinion that you make based off of what you believe to be evidence. I'll show you because it's not quite what it is. But so in the example of the young woman in psychosis, right? The conjecture that is present is her belief about what's happening, not what actually is happening. So the belief that they rolled up on her, that they are out to get her, that they were targeting her, that they were trying to get her to another location so that they could do terrible things to her, that's conjecture. She used the objective reality in the moment to confirm her bias rather than experiencing the objective reality and allowing it to change or to bring up what her biases are. So conjecture it's kind of like a reverse it's like a reverse experience that people, man, it's hard to explain, but it's like the reverse of the real experience that people should be having. When you're in objective reality, meaning you're outside and two people walk up, if you thought, oh, they're trying to run up on me, I bet you they don't like me, because you looked at these people and you're like, look at him. He looks like a hoodlum from the wrong side of the tracks. I bet you he's going to hurt me. I bet you he's going to say all sorts of terrible things. And then he walks up, he looks at you, he jumps, and then he goes, oh, I'm so sorry, you scared me. And then he walks away nervously. So the reality of the situation is that someone walked up, didn't see you, saw you, got scared, and then scampered away. The bias that came up was this person, I looked at them and I thought they were, I thought terrible things about them. And that turned out not to be true at all based on the events that unfolded in reality. And so now I need to unpack my prejudice. I need to unpack my bias. I need to ask, why was I so faulty at predicting the actual future? When you don't do that often, but instead you use conjecture to confirm your bias, right? So confirming bias would be like, that's, they're walking up and she goes, oh, hey, what are you guys up to? I'll get them before they get me. I'll ask, oh, can I go? And they say yes. The confirming is, look, they want me to go. That means, so now spiritually there's a conspiracy going right. No, it doesn't even make any fucking sense. That's why it's so hard for me to like even talk about this sometimes. Like it's so like, I don't do well around people in psychosis. Like generally speaking, I have a lot of boundaries because I don't know if it's like my Taurus energy or just like the conditions of my lived experiences growing up. But I have a very hard time when people are not in reality being like gentle and kind and stuff like that when they are doing harmful things or using their time outside of reality to confirm a bias rather than to recognize that their bias has been rejected. Their bias has been disproven, right? When people start going, well, no, and they start acting delusional, I used to get super irate. I used to get super irate. I would just undress people completely and then let them sit in the truth of the moment and walk. Because I would get so irate. I get so irritated because I can't, like, it's almost like I cannot live in somebody else's false reality. I cannot do that. I can't. I'm getting irritated thinking about it. Oh my God. I must be some like, you know, I just can't. Sometimes my mom was like that. She'd be like, no, just too many people in my life have done that to the point where I get repulsed immediately. And then when I get repulsed, people would get upset with me for like not entertaining, or if I like chose to just be neutral, it wasn't enough. People needed me to like be on the same page as their delusion. And then they'd have the nerve to be like, well, I entertain your delusions, bitch. What about me is delusional? Like, at what point? You mean when I practice optimism about something and when it turned out well, I was like, yay, glad I didn't spend all my time worried about that since it turned out fine. It's like, it's not delusional to not ruminate. That's kind of what it was oftentimes. Or I'd have, good ideas or play in my imagination, like, and talk about story ideas and books and stuff. When you're a really creative person, it can appear like you're delusional because you're always talking about things that aren't in reality yet because you create them, right? So people be like, oh, I support your delusion. Oh, no. Bitch, my shit matters. My shit comes true. What the fuck? Like, no. Anyways, that would make me so irritated. God. Plus, I was just really unfiltered and uncouth as a teenager. Like, you guys see how I am now. The way that I am actually, like, right now in this current moment where I'm just like, fuck, what the fuck do you want from me? I was almost like that all the time. Okay? Like, if I wasn't pleased, I was like this. Now, when I'm not pleased, I can be neutral. That's called growing up. You know what I mean? But back then, the moment I wasn't pleased, and not being pleased means I'm being forced in some way, shape, or form. Somebody is harming me in some way, shape, or form. I'm being harmed in some way, shape, or form. Somebody wants me to do what they want to do, so they're trying to coerce me into it. Nope. Now the monster comes out, and everybody's, oh, I didn't know you were like this. Yeah, I guess not. You were used to me being decent, kind, and nice until you decide to be a fucking asshole, and now I gotta be an asshole, and I just happen to be a bigger one than you. Welcome, daddy's home. It's Satan, and I'm worse than whatever the fuck you were doing on Demon Time. Let's go. I was like that all the time. It was so intense. But also, on the flip side, very few people actually experienced me like that because, again, I'm not the type of person to kind of like entertain a lot of like that sort of a behavior. So conjecture leads you there. Now, conjecture isn't necessarily a negative thing. Conjecture exists as hypothesis, which requires objective testing. It requires objective testing. And that's what I mean. The conjecture is a hypothesis, but when people operate off of conjecture, yeah, it is typical earth sign stuff, isn't it? Have you ever gone through psychosis? Well, I mean, technically everybody has, because psychosis is just the gap between your subjective truth and reality. Okay, so being betrayed can feel like psychosis. So if you've ever been betrayed before, let's just say, oh man, here's one. Let's say you saved up a lot of money, birthday money, over the years, okay? And you've been saving it up because you want to buy something special for yourself. So you saved up everything that you got. And then you finally got the last chunk of money and you go into your little piggy bank because you're a kid, you can't use a real bank yet. You go into your little piggy bank and like 75% of your money is gone. Now I know this shit ain't just walk up out of here. You're like, right? So then you go, has anybody seen my money? What happened to it? And everybody, oh, you talking about your little chunk change? Listen, I'll pay you back later. I just needed it for X, Y, and Z. Well, I'm about to go buy this, and I need it right now. What do you mean? Can you give me my money now? Like, I don't like that. Why don't you ask me? It's just a little bit of money. I don't even see why you're complaining. And then you're upset, right? Because it is a violation. Someone literally stole money from you and now is acting as if you were being silly for being upset, right? And then you go, no, you push the matter. And because perhaps it's someone with like a parent, right? Your parent goes, you know what? After everything I've spent on you, this, that, and the other, no, you can't have that. And let this be a lesson. You treat people with respect. That's crazy. Anyways. Oh, I almost flipped. Anyways. Let's say that is your experience, okay? That is happening. That will send a person, and that creates the conditions for psychosis. Because the subjective truth is, not only did you have the money and it was stored, it was there. You were living on a totally different timeline and reality. And then when your reality was shattered, that's the gap between your subjective truth, which is still a truth, and the objective truth. You could not have foreseen and or navigated the unknown of your own parents stealing your money and then treating you like a fucking bum for being upset about it. There was nothing that was going to prepare you for that objective truth. That shatters your reality. Shatters your relationships, shatters your sense of safety and security, shatters what you knew about the world, your objective truth. That's why people run towards control. Because if you can control everything, then your subjective truth appears to be really close to objective truth, and no one can ever shatter it again. And you see how all it takes is just one experience, one bad experience with a parent who, and if I told you, well, what if your parent borrowed your money to be able to pay the light bill because y'all have been struggling this whole time? You didn't know that you were struggling because your parents keep everything from you. And yeah, it was a bad choice to steal your money, but they're emotionally rubbed raw and shit like that, making it out in the world. I can tell you everything objectively true about the situation and their subjective truth, but that doesn't make what happened to you go away, and it doesn't excuse it. This is all some fucked up shit. So being able to organize, right, to come back whole, to recognize that what that person did was wrong, and to be able to not abandon yourself, all of that takes tools of consciousness. If this happened to you at 12, what motherfucking tools do you have when your parent's the one doing the shattering to you? You end up growing up to be someone who seeks control in situations in order to not experience deep emotional chasms like that kind of psychosis. So psychosis happens all the time. I've experienced it, being betrayed, being like, oh my, man, I would say from 2020 to 2022, I was just walking around being like, I guess I must be fucking crazy, because who the fuck would have guessed that shit? I was like, oh my God. I had situations with friends where I'm like, I'm so absolutely confused how you got to page S. Motherfucker went through all the letters in the alphabet, got to the letter S, and I'm still on A. Who the fuck were you walking with through this alphabet? Because it wasn't me, bitch. How did you get there? How am I here? And now you're acting in a very strange and peculiar way. And it turns out it was because they had ulterior motives. They had insecurities or things that they were trying to hide. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here like, those weren't hidden well. I always knew that you had these fucking insecurities and all X, Y, and Z. Why the fuck did you think I said all of this? Oh, because they thought that I said that because I was talking about myself, but then trying not to talk about myself because they do that. Oh my God. I'm telling you, 2020 to like 2022, I was fed the fuck up with all people. Okay, every motherfucker in my life, I literally looked at and I was like, no. I had one friend, I'm pretty sure I walked for months. It actually was almost a good year. He had a whole fucking thing a whole episode. And then he started doing some weird dumb bullshit. And then his whole episode was with him and his personal life. He, I think, made some bad choices in relationships and then didn't know how to come through all of that because he didn't have a lot of emotional tools to work with. Came from a family that didn't provide emotional tools, but appeared to be successful on the outside. And so therefore it leaves a person feeling like they don't need emotional tools because they don't even know that they exist. There's no reason to go look for them if you feel like you're fine or you can hide from, all of the consequences. You just sweep it under the rug like everybody else, that sort of thing. Anyways, he had all these issues and he started projecting them onto me, and there was no amount of correction. I remember sometimes I'd just be like, bro, that's not even like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? I remember once he was like, yeah, he said that I had mommy issues. I'm sitting here like, I don't fucking have mommy issues. I've always had a decent relationship with my mother. I mean, my mother has issues and I have issues with her when she has her issues and she's not working through them, like with anybody fucking else. But that's like saying I got friend issues because here you are with your bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, here you are doing dumb shit. I had another friend, he was doing dumb stuff too. But a lot of the men were being obviously pipelined into like the red pill shit. So if you were friends with anybody, I'm a millennial and I'm an older millennial, so therefore as I'm seeing people who previously were ripe for the pipeline but they had never been pipelined before being pipelined, that kind of sent me into psychosis because I was like, there's no way in hell, there's no way in hell, there's no way in hell I know that this person has facilities in which they can think. It was like watching people fall apart before my eyes. But that's also at the same time, how many people and what did COVID have to do with people's like brain elasticity? We know that it was a cognitive disease to some degree, so it did cause cognitive damage. And what the problem with cognitive damage is, you don't know that it's there. You just get used to it as because your brain legitimately is what makes your world go round. So if your brain is damaged and you're going around damaged, you have no idea because you're just going around. You have no idea until something like falls apart or breaks or something else goes haywire. And that's if you can catch the actual issue. A lot of people know that problems are happening, but they don't know that it stems from a cognitive belief or fear or a fear response or an emotional dysregulation. Because what happens, if you walk into a place and someone mistreats you and you get angry about it, right, and you're like, that's so fucked up, and then like nobody's gonna do anything because it's a store and it's America, fine, so you go like home and you start talking to your roommate. Let's say you have a roommate and a friend, you start talking to them about it and they're like, oh my god, why do you just get upset over the littlest things? And you go, are you fucking serious? That's so fucked up. Everybody's, what's wrong with you? You start getting really upset there. Are you dysregulated, or are you acting accordingly, or are you just being triggered by abusive situations left and right? That triggers psychosis, because how do you know how to respond properly if you can't identify the source of the issue properly? Is the issue me? Is the issue them? Now, that being said, I don't navigate like I have psychosis because I don't fall for conjecture. That's the one thing that I just don't do. I just told you guys that I'm very repulsed by it. So I'm even repulsed if I do it. If I start looking at something and I start making shit up in my head, even if I'm dog pissed, disgusted by a person, like I am just angry, my brain will just shut off. Like I can name exactly everything and be honest and truthful, but the moment I try to confirm a bias so that I can feel, no, I don't want anything to do with that. Like the moment I become repulsed by a person to the point where I don't even like that person. So, and this is like when it's really easy to confirm your biases. When you don't like someone, it is so easy to confirm your biases. When I do, even if I start, even when I make generalizations about people, like, and a generalization is when you take a group of people and then you say everybody's like this because these people are, there's no nuance, right? If I start doing that, I just get repulsed by myself and I'm like, oh, my brain shuts off and I'm just tired and I don't want to talk about it and I'm frustrated and I'm annoyed and I'm like, oh, this is stupid. And then I ask myself, why am I even thinking about this? And then I stop and I go do something else. And that doesn't make the problem go away. From 2020, summer 2020 to about 2023, to be totally honest. Okay. From the summer of 2020 all the way up to about 2023, I was just like, none of the problems were going away. I just spent more and more and more and more time with myself because there was literally no pull, no interest, no want, no yearning to be around people who were just unhealthy, abusive, doing weird shit. Like, I just might, nope. And the more time you spend with yourself, the more time you're at peace, the more somebody else being like unhinged, dysregulated, in psychosis, and I mean like they are doing the thing. The more and people are out of order, out of and they start projecting. Because here's the thing. Sometimes when someone's in the middle of something, it looks like them coming up to you saying, oh my God, I don't know what's going on. I'm just having a really hard time. I'm frustrated. This is happening. It could look like that. Generally, though, that's when somebody is aware of their issues. They're aware that they are having problems. They just don't know what they are, and they are overwhelmed. This is the step before psychosis. This is, I know that something's a problem, and this isn't so that I can fix it. Your reality still may be shattered. It may have been shattered. I know that there's a problem because my reality has been shattered. I'm just overwhelmed and I don't know what to do about it. This is the final step, generally speaking, before people can slip into like psychosis. What psychosis generally looks like, though, is when people are projecting. Because they're constantly trying to confirm their bias. So it looks like finishing somebody's sentence to, yeah, gotcha. I gotcha. I knew it. I knew it. That's not what I was going to say. Oh, sure. I just beat you to it. No, you said it. You didn't beat me to it. Those aren't my words. Oh, okay. No, you really don't know my thoughts, my feelings. Why are you pretending to? Oh, so now I don't know you. Not intimately like that. I don't know you like that, bitch. I'm not in your head. I'm not in your soul. I'm not in your body. I'm not in your heart. That's crazy. That's crazy. No, I don't know you like that. I have to ask. Hence why I ask those questions. But when people are like, oh, yeah, it usually looks like projection. It usually looks an awful lot like plotting, scheming, rumination, obsessive thoughts, paranoia, right? It looks like when somebody's in that state and they are a harm to themselves and others, it is because they believe the conjecture to be true. The conjecture is a belief script rather than a bias to confront and deconstruct. So the person is running away from deconstruction. My ex-friend slept with my ex-boyfriend last year, so no, yep. That's that's one of those betrayal things that you cannot see coming necessarily, right? Whether there were signs or not, you did not see that coming as an objective truth. So subjectively, you were somewhere else until boom, that crashed, right? That can put you into a state of psychosis because for real, you were living in one world the other day and now your world has changed. And on top of that, everyone else who's not part of that, the world has still stayed the same for them. So now you're also having to combat the reality that everybody else sees or doesn't see, your own subjective truth being shattered. You don't know what's real, what's not real, and the objective truth, which is all of this stuff that happened and the lies that covered it up and all that kind of stuff. You got to sort through all that stuff. And when you're sorting through all that stuff, you can definitely feel like you're going through psychosis. The question is are you sorting through it based on trying to confirm a false belief because that's psychosis, right? Or are you just like grieving? And I think like that I should have said that at the beginning, I think, but that's kind of the main difference is grief happens and there's a point where grief can feel overwhelming. It feels like lots of emotions at once. It feels like disorganization. It feels like not knowing what is up or down. It feels very much like you're stuck in the same day and also you are stuck out of time, right? You swing between the extremes. You are very present and you can't get out of your present moment, or you're stuck in the ether space where you can't be present at all. You go through these extremes with grief. That's part of the process of things deconstructing and then leaving your body and stuff like that. But psychosis is when you go to confirm. So if you were like, oh, everyone was in on it, not just like those two, but like everyone in your family was in on it, and you can prove it because let's say you have a sister. Your sister's sent you a birthday card with a red balloon on it, and that's what your ex-friend and your boyfriend used as an emoji, like when they were sending their secret text messages that you found. And so now your sister was making fun of you, when in all actuality your sister just went to the store and got a fucking card with a red balloon on it. And I'm so sorry that triggered you. But no, your sister was not on it. No, she was not covering. No, she was not doing all this extra stuff behind your back, right? But you're like, no, she was. I need to prove that everybody knew, and like there's no way I didn't know. What must have been the truth is that everybody knew and everyone was working to hide it from me because I would have known. I would never have let myself experience something like this. Like when we get into those places, like this is denial, right? Denial so that we don't have to feel it. So therefore my narrative, whatever truth I have, has to supersede whatever is happening. Yeah, it's some wild shit. I hope I explained all that psychosis stuff about the other thing before I dived into all that. But another example that has been running hot lately is the hey Josh. That was 18 minutes ago. I'm sorry. I just saw your wave. Hey. The Patreon chat is on this side of my screen, so that's why I leaned over like that. But a good example of it, man, there's a voice memo. I don't know if you guys have heard about this. I'm like, how am I this chronically online while not being online? I like haven't really used TikTok regularly. My feed's just been terrible, and I haven't even really listened to music. I've been watching movies, but generally older movies. Like I was watching some animations from like 1970s. I've just been really offline, but somehow I still can't get away from what's trending. The voice memo guy leaves a voice memo, this woman's phone. We can assume that they have talked about sex previously, and she said that she was not interested in having sex under some certain conditions. We don't know what those conditions were, what that conversation was, but we do know that she invited him over to her house for another date, and he said, well, if I go to your house, I'd like to know if sex is on the table because I'd like to explore sexual compatibility. That's part of like what's important to me, and I like to know those things before I invest. He didn't say before he invests all that time, but he's like, I just like to know those things, whatever. And if I'm coming over to your house, I don't really know what we're doing if we're not like cuddling or being intimate in some way. He's like, I just don't know what to do at your house. So but if you're not on that page, if like that's not what you're interested in at all, just like, let me know, because I think that might be it for me. And so this gets shared. I think the friend of this girl shares the TikTok. Okay. So this is a triggering event, it seems, for a lot of people. This is where I would say confirmation bias. A lot of people are arguing that I say that that's just basic consent. You know what I mean? He said, hey, you want to do this? If not, I'm kind of done. That's basic consent. He was honest. It's a bit crude. Some people have a problem with it being over a voice memo. I mean, whatever. Listen, I guess that's his character. You know what I mean? Personally, that didn't scream romantic to me or interesting. But also, if I'm just going to be totally honest, I not to make it a demographic thing, but when it comes to men of a certain demographic in certain spaces, I just feel like that's really common. I feel like that's just how they do things over there. Okay. And no, it's not attractive, but that's all that's bad about it, is it lacks manner, decorum, and like etiquette. That's not a crime. That's just like evidence of what's likely to come moving forward. If this is how he moves, lack of that's not. It almost sounds like he can't really he doesn't know what sexual attraction is outside of like, does it feel good when I bump ugly? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's feeling a little remedial for me when it comes to emotional and intimate relationships. I think this guy needs a little bit more time cooking with himself. But the consent is meant to be on the spot, and it can change your mind. Yeah, but he was asking for consent before he comes over. Consent is not meant to be in any way. No. Consent is just when you ask a person for permission about something. When doesn't really matter. Now, does it at the time of the event, does consent need to be asked again? Yes. There's no limit to how many times you can ask for consent. Not to get too deep, but like in my own personal relationship, we ask each other for consent as we escalate to things, not because I'm like, oh my God, are you okay? It's more like, hey, do you have the energy for like this, and this? Because I don't know if I do, but I definitely have the energy for this, and this. And if we match, yay. Get what I'm saying? So, and that's like as things are escalating. Could be just cuddling, and then we'll check in and ask. That's normal. Consent. Also, asking earlier in the day, that's also consent. Yeah, it's on the table, maybe. I don't know. Ask me when we're cooking. But also at the same time, if you're going over to someone's house, it's probably a good time to ask beforehand so that you know what to expect, especially when you're going. Asking constantly is attractive. I mean, that's why I'm like, a lot of people are sexually inexperienced, because if they're like, oh, it needs to be like that. No, babes. Sex is an activity. It's a sport and it's very fucking fun. And yes, there are many ways to go about having fun with it in healthy and like extremely pleasurable ways. And there's 1,000 ways to make just about everything pretty hot and sexy depending on how many kinks you got. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, but I hear what you're saying. But like when you bring up consent is meant to be asked on the spot. So now we're talking about consent as somebody is trying to initiate the activity in the moment. But asking for preparation wise, like, are you interested in having a sexual relationship with me? Is it, or, you know, and exploring that is not the same thing as asking, do you want to fuck right now? Those are two totally different questions about two totally different events and two totally different activities. Both are fine. Both should be probably asked and explored in both of the ways. You should probably ask beforehand, just to know where you're at with someone, and you should probably ask in the moment, and you should probably ask during, depending on what else you want to do. Not everybody is interested in different types of sex, so you should probably ask if you're going to move from intercourse to oral to different types of intercourse to like different types of foreplay. Not everybody is comfortable with their body being touched in different ways. So you should probably ask, especially if it's the first time or if you don't have an established routine with somebody, right? Let's not forget that they met on a dating app, if I'm right. Yeah, either way, they had already went out at least once, so twice. Here we go, twice, right? So he asked, the only thing that's wrong here is his lack of etiquette, decorum, and personally, it just seems character-wise, I find this to be lackluster. This is some bottle in the bottom of the barrel type of like, like what is this? I'm not trying to make a relation. It's you know what it reminds me of? You know in The Little Mermaid, how the eels, they got shriveled up into little worms at the end, and they were like little worms. That's kind of like what it's giving to me. This is a little worm. Hey, you want to have sex with me? No, I don't. No, I don't. That turns me off all the way. No. Okay. But like, that's preference. That's preference. Okay. I like decorum. I like etiquette. I like to be treated in a very specific manner. But that's not, I don't need to like make him feel terrible about himself in any way, shape, or form for lacking those things. We are just, and I'm going to introduce the word again, incompatible. That's neutral. We're just incompatible. Now, the part where psychosis comes in, kind of like in this situation, is what's not being expressed in most of the dialogue that's going around that whole voice memos is the fact that the person is seeking male attention. Seeking male attention means if someone says, hey, if we're not compatible, I'm going to walk away. That's coercion. That's not coercion. Someone wanting to walk away from incompatibility is someone wanting to avoid many consequences of what it means to abandon yourself in order to find a warm body to latch onto for the sake of, I just didn't want to be by myself. That's really bad. That's really bad. So walking away from incompatibility isn't coercion. The idea that you have to say yes because he'll walk away sounds more so like someone who's been conditioned by patriarchy to think that they have to find a partner and a guy to be interested in them. And if they don't, they will be lonely forever, or they will not have a partner. They will not have. You only get so many choices. This is obsession over dating men. It's a patriarchal thing. So that's the insidious thing. They're trying to confirm a bias. I don't have to deconstruct my own internalized patriarchy that says I'm a people pleaser. I want people to want me. I want the attention. Otherwise, there'd have been no need for the retaliation of putting all that stuff on the internet. That's tech. Look what happened to me. I'm so irritated. Process on your own, please. Deconstruct on your own. It's not coercion. It's not grooming. While, yes, there are very much, like, this is definitely a gray area. And if you don't know how to navigate interacting with people because your discernment is low, you've been conditioned in all sorts of fucked up scenarios and situations to have coping mechanisms that make you a prime target for people who are harmful and malicious, that tells me you need to deconstruct and you need time on your own, not for other people to account for that by showing up in a way that makes you comfortable, happy, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, beyond their own compatibility. That guy was not it for her, and he was never going to be it for her. Wanting him to show up in any other way besides himself is wrong. That is, in some way, shape, or form, the seeds in the pathway towards coercion. If you don't show up the way that I want you to, I will retaliate against you. The fuck? But we're not compatible. Well, we have to discover that in a way that I find suitable. What the fuck? Get what I'm saying? People, you know what I mean? And it's not to say also, I don't want to be too dark with it, because it's, maybe she just posted that, or a friend posted it because they thought it would be funny. But nonetheless, a lot of people do fucked up shit to other people because they think it would be funny. Oh, well, yeah, this is just my luck. I got another one of these guys. Well, maybe you should have thought about how sharing and exposing other people or something, information that somebody shared with you, to the World Wide Web, while it's funny for you and your subjective truth is you were trying to, in some way, shape, or form, get catharsis, right? For a shitty situation, dating gone wrong moment, another one bites the dust. While one person's subjective truth is I am getting catharsis by sharing it on the internet, and other people are validating my feelings about it or whatever, or at least it's getting views and likes, and that's what I got out of the situation. For someone else, they could be wondering if they're going to get doxxed at any moment. Someone else is in the dark about why that was posted, about what someone will do with that information. Is now it's getting lots of traction, and people are taking it out of context to place it in this space of men who predate on women, and this is what they do. That is not exactly how men who predate on women move. And if I'm going to be totally honest, yes, actually, no, I should say this. Yes, men who predate on women move that way for sure, but women don't have to move with them, because it's pretty obvious that someone is incompatible. You said no. They said, well, I'll go. You just let them walk away. If you chase after them and say, well, I will change my answer to yes, this is something that you need to deconstruct on a personal basis, because why would you self-abandon when it is incompatible? You are reading, this is what I mean by the objective reality says we're incompatible. The subjective truth says, well, I'm upset about that. Why are you upset about that? Please ask yourself if there's any belief scripts that you have running through you that make you feel angry, upset, frustrated to the point of retaliation. Even if it's to laugh, even if, whatever it is, why was this the choice rather than releasing the whole thing and moving on with your life? Well, if that happened to you 10 times, then you need to do the exact same thing that I told you, not only with yourself in regards to what do you need to release here, but also what other belief scripts do you have that continuously lead you to dating the same type of people where this is a reoccurring thing? What environment are you in? Maybe it's the belief that you have to use a dating app. Maybe it's the belief that you need to find somebody at a bar. Maybe it's the belief that you need to find them at work. Maybe it's there could be so many beliefs that you have adapted over time for any particular reason. But if you're in patriarchy, and you're a woman, you're used to taking other people's beliefs as your own in order for self-preservation. And that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about with psychosis, is like it's about preservation. If your reality gets shattered, psychosis says, I want to control this, because when something shatters, you feel vulnerable. But if you can control it, if you can change the narrative so now it's not shattered, okay, I mean, I have a lot of questions. Like, are we doing this in a healthy way, or is this stemming from conjecture, confirmation bias, and are you harming yourself and others? You know what I mean? And that's just like, not a lot of people are in this space, I think, to kind of get through all that. So yeah, I guess the question was inevitable regardless of where or how it was asked. Yeah, the question is inevitable. And again, people are allowed to say, geez, that was tacky, right? But it's consent. The point I think that is missing for a lot of especially younger viewers, okay, is that consent looks like this. Now, what Prince Charming, let's use that term, or a gentleman or chivalry looks like, because a lot of the people that I think are having issues are also people that were in heavy rejection of terms like that because they associate it with patriarchy, probably because they were heavily inundated to it, that those terms have a higher charge for them than they do for like me. I hear the word Prince Charming, and I don't think in terms of like the love of my life. I was not like one of those. I was raised next to like Disney obsessed princesses, like Disney girls. They really bought into a lot of the commercialism, and that happened a lot. the 90s and the early 2000s. um it was heavy. It was heavy. I didn't think people, as somebody growing up during that time period, I didn't think that my peers were believed the messaging. I thought that they understood that it was commercial, like it was capitalism. It's just is advertisement. Like think a few minutes, right? But also at the same time, I failed to understand how powerful visuals, how powerful the emotional story was, how powerful the social conditioning inside of homes that I'd never been in was, right? Like there's so many reasons why people would be bought into that as a child and as a tween and as a teenager, because it starts early with those little shirts that's like the world's like he's gonna, what is it when they put those babies in shirts that like a little boyfriend, little girlfriend, I don't know, they sexualize the children young. Oh, he's a looker. He's gonna be a heartbreaker. Oh, he just wraps all the girls around his fingers. Oh, look at her. She's fast one. You better watch out for her. All the boys are going to be knocking. Oh my God. Like they're fucking infants. What's wrong with you people? Why would but like if you hear things like that growing up and you get lots of attention from people, and then otherwise they're like either drunk, ignoring you, talking to other people, like you guys got to realize this is before social media. These kids ain't have iPads. When I was growing up, we didn't have no iPads to be distracted by. We only had the TV, and that shit played the same shit all the time. Okay, you watch one episode of the Avatar, they're going to play the same episode maybe 3 times that day. That's all you're going to get. 2 episodes a week max, maybe. The rest of the TV is filler. You just got to find something to do, right? But we didn't have like a lot of stuff to keep us distracted, so you were really aware of what got you attention and what didn't get you attention. And in communities where like colonial spaces, puritanical spaces, and those types of places where attention is the currency, right? You don't get attention, you don't get love, you don't get your basic needs met if you don't get attention, sort of a thing. Man, that's like most Western spaces. But in places that lack community, especially for children, that's messaging. It builds. So then you become a person who is like highly charged by terms like Prince Charming, right? Because it represented a dream at some point in time, or conditioning that you had to fight against. And so that also means that now this person has um a I should say, uh extreme views on, if we talk about chivalry, being a gentleman, Prince Charming, all of those are terms that are umbrella terms for etiquette. How gendered men, how a gendered specific like population is supposed to behave towards others. So that's an umbrella term for etiquette. So when you start rebelling against those terms because you're emotionally charged, rather than knowing just that it's etiquette and that people are using it commercially to like capitalize off of you, your parents, this, that, and the other, right? Growing up, then you rebel against etiquette. You rebel against charm, meaning you go, all of that stuff stupid, instead of going, well, which ones are arbitrary, which ones are the things that people use to manipulate others, and what is the point of this? So what is the point of consent? The point of consent isn't to appear to be a good person. It's not to make sure you don't accidentally assault somebody. That's not the point of consent. The point of consent is to enter an agreement with another person to then go forth together. Do you see how that's the point of it? Now, what happens when you don't get consent? Now we can talk about all the fucked up shit, all the problems, and all of the other things. But the point of it is something in itself. And when you learn those things, right? Like when you learn the point of many different aspects of etiquette. So like, for instance, when I say, can you process that in your journal? Sometimes people leave comments and it's wild. People leave rude comments. And I'll be like, so I can see that you were triggered by X, Y, and Z, but this is for your journal. Like you are talking and you were like, but what I mean, so that nobody gets freaked out. I can't leave a comment. I don't want her talking about me like this in one of her classes. No, I just mean like when people are in conversation with themselves, but they think that they're in conversation with me. So they start typing out angrily their feelings about something that only they know. And I'm supposed to somehow follow along this conversation. And it's like, you're not in the same conversation with me. One, because you didn't listen to the video. I can tell because by point 2, you've already lost the thread. And I know where I'm at. So I sure as hell know that you don't know where I'm at because we don't agree about half the shit that you're saying. Sometimes people will yell at me and tell me what I told them. And I'm like, so you agree with me? No, well, you agree with me. You were just angry for some reason and I don't know what it is. And you need to unpack and process this on your own, right? But the reason why I'm always saying that, like there's etiquette to processing on your own. There's etiquette to taking time to pause before you speak. There's an etiquette. The etiquette is sometimes to give yourself a chance to avoid the embarrassment because embarrassment still happens and people still have to experience embarrassment. I have to sit here and this is why I tend to this is why I get irate and I get like mean and I just bully when people try to project emotions onto me because that's how that it's like the emotions don't go away when you make a social faux pas. And so etiquette is so that we as wild animals who are domesticated and around each other don't step on each other and eat each other consistently simply because we are wild animals. Well, I'm a wild animal. What'd you expect? I expect you to have self-control, because if I have self-control, then you need self-control, because do you want to see what it looks like when I don't have self-control? That's why a lot of people, they act right around me, because it's like, yeah, you want to see me when I don't have self-control? I love letting go, because I know that whatever I do when I let my demons out, oh man, they could fuck up everybody in a 12-mile radius and I wouldn't feel bad about it at all. I wouldn't. Do you want to know why? Because I already know the etiquette. I already know that the people that get fucked up in a 12-mile radius, they were lined up for it. I don't have to guess. I don't have to be afraid. Oh, I can't get upset. I can't yell at people. I might say the wrong thing and embarrass myself. I won't, because I know why I'm angry. I took the time to think about it. I took the time to get it organized. That's why I know it's a 12-mile radius, because I targeted it out. I let it all go and I said, all right, well, have at it, guys. I'm going to go do a puzzle. And then I go do a puzzle and I hear about how all sorts of things went south and here and how this got fucked up there and this, that, there. Because what it looks like in real time for me is I got irate, I got frustrated, angry that I'm being projected upon. And I have a few options. Either I can confront it because it needs confronting. That also requires etiquette. Do you want to address this? Do you want to invite this to a stadium? If so, why? I sit there and I ask myself those questions. And then I have to sit there and listen to myself. Sometimes the answer is, no, I just want to bully somebody because I'm in a bad fucking mood. I just want to like engage with someone who's stupid because it's easy. It's easy to let out all my anger and frustration on somebody passing by thinking that they were being clever and smart, saying something dumb and rude. And I want to go and tell them about all the things that I can feel coming off of this message, because you said too much, my friend. You said too much. And now I know things. And you're going to freak the fuck out because you're going to be like, how did she know this? And then you're going to stalk my page a little bit and realize I'm a witch and I'm psychic, and that shit's going to stick. And they're either going to reform or crumble. Man, that's a lot of responsibility, isn't it? So I sit and I go, well, if it's just to bully people because I'm in a bad mood, is there anything else I could do with my time and my energy? Yeah, I can go sit in a bad mood on my bed and pout about it and write, or, watch a show or do something, right? And then I go do that thing instead. Or sometimes the answer is, yeah, this is a good learning opportunity for other people to know, one, don't fuck with me, don't waste my time, and don't make me glance upon stupid shit in my fucking comment section. I could, maybe that's a thing. And also, I need to make this a PSA because no one should think that this is okay. And I'll also explain why, how it causes harm, and how you actually cause harm to yourself while you do it, because I do talk about tools of consciousness all the time. So if I can turn it into a teaching moment, then I'm not angry anymore. I'm actually neutral. But 12-mile radius, man. Sometimes people get fucking shot at who didn't even know that they were going to get shot at. That's why I think a lot of my family and friends stopped watching my stuff. They started getting frizzled and stuff like that, frazzled. I remember once I made a video, and then while I was making the video, a person came to mind, and I was like, that'd be weird. I was like, well, if they watch this, I'm pretty sure it'll cause them some type of issue. Anyways, I post the video. Then all of a sudden, chatter starts popping. I'm like, yeah, people really shouldn't be like watching my stuff secretly, because then it's going to set them off. You're going to get triggered. You're going to think something, probably use conjecture, confirm a bias, walk around with a bias, a chip on your shoulder. I'm not even there. I'm not even there. They're walking around pissed at me, projecting me onto every person they talk to until someone punches them in the face. I didn't take the shot, but 12-mile radius, there they go. That's how that shit works. That's why you should know etiquette, because etiquette teaches you how to walk as a lion among sheep without eating the fucking sheep. And also teaches you how to eat them when they get a little too comfortable. Okay, they get a little too comfortable. What are you doing? Right? But most times, everybody is a lion amongst sheep, and everybody is a sheep amongst a lion somewhere. So when you understand what it feels like to be a sheep, who am I following? If you follow somebody, I hope that you understand who and why, right? And that includes on social media. If you're going to follow people, I feel like I turned on the camera so I could yell at people. I'm sorry. Everybody who's in class, my students, you guys are great. This is nothing about you guys. I think I'm just venting. I was supposed to do astrology. We're an hour and 30 minutes in. All I did was talk about Uranus and Mars. But it stands to fit. Neptune's in retrograde in Aries. And as the moon a few days ago was going through this energy, but stuck between Neptune, Saturn, this shit was fucked up, man. I felt so much energy in my body. I got inflamed in my back a little bit, my lower hip. I was like, man. And these are just, from pregnancy. My second one, my hip, the elasticity in my hip went out, but I had him by C-section. It was emergency C-section. So my body didn't go back the way that it normally does when you give natural birth. That's why natural birth is important. Technically, it's important not to be drugged during birth, because when it's fully natural, your whole body experiences with full awareness everything. And so as it recovers, it's recovering in full awareness. Now, that being said, that can be an unpleasant process, especially in today's age. So do what makes you comfortable and what makes you have the best experience, because the more relaxed you are, the better your recovery is. But mine is emergency C-section. I think that really messed up how my hips kind of came back into, because I had like aggravated hip issues, at least for like 4 months after my youngest. Like, I was sleeping on the couch because I could not sleep in bed. And it was so bad until one day I came back from Orlando. We had went down there and we all came back, and I had sleep paralysis on the couch. I was like, no! And I ran into the room with my husband, and he was like, oh, your hip better? And I was like, nope, but I would rather feel like my hips are locking up than be in sleep paralysis in the living room. I grabbed my baby. He was in the bassinet next to me because, he was still breastfeeding and stuff. And I grabbed my baby and I went into that room and I said, man, move over. I'm just kidding. He wasn't in the middle of the bed or anything. I just crawled in. He was like, oh. And I was like, no, we're still busted. I'm just busted and scared. This was like 2017. It's me and sleep paralysis. I did not like it. It wasn't until like a year or two later where I finally moved past that stage in life. Because I'll get into that later. But I love this series. Are you talking about, wait, girl, it's 2:30 a.m. I'm sitting outside my garden in Belgium. Oh, Belgium. Oh, love that you're in a garden. I hope, is the moon shiny? Oh no, the moon's not that shiny. But I hope if you can see it, it's pretty. It's not that shiny. We're going to a new moon soon. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, so I was getting flare-ups in my hip. I was having a flare up, and anytime I do any exercise, you know how you normally get sore or something like that. I've been doing like workouts, upper body ones. So any kind of soreness, it feels extra sore, like something's wrong sore. And I'm like, oh my God, like I can't do nothing without feeling inflamed. And that was the moon going through Neptune and Saturn, and I'm still feeling it's waned an awful lot. But my goodness, I think it's because it was also square the sun for a little bit or something like that. There's a lot astrologically going on that's been making the experience of how you feel, because remember, emotion or sound, feeling, it's because you, just like you can hear certain sounds and you can't hear certain sounds, you can feel certain things. Like if I shake the chair that you're in, you're going to feel that shit. But if the sound is so low that you can't feel it, you can't feel the shaking, but there's still sound hitting you. You are still feeling stuff. You just aren't picking up on it because your sensory signals aren't that sensitive. You don't want them to be that sensitive, like y'all. I have felt earthquakes from far away before. You don't want to be that sensitive. And a part of that isn't just like, okay, I talk about spirituality all the time. I feel like I need to mention this so much more often because it's context. Y'all, I am like legally blind in one of my eyes. So I am naturally more sensitive in so many other of my senses that are non-physical simply because of that. So it's not just like I'm like, yes, I am otherworldly. I'm a witch. I'm a witch. Yes, yes. But also like I am sensitive. Like I have those sensitivities the same way other people have those sensitivities built up. But mine are built up because I didn't think to not build them. I've never thought that I had a disability because I'm not I am not so I have a lot of accessibility for my disability. I should say that. Because I was going to say I'm not as hindered by it as like perhaps I could have been under different circumstances. Okay. Like I've had teachers who were like, why do you need to sit in the front? Because I can't see. I was in the fourth grade. So many racist teachers in my elementary school. Fourth grade woman. She wouldn't let me sit in the front of the class. She made me sit all the way in the back next to two kids who all they did was talk. I still know this one boy's name, and I would say it on the internet and out you. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, all they would do is talk, and then I'd get into trouble for being like, "Can you leave me alone?" Because I couldn't hear and I couldn't see. And it's like two fucking whammies. And then, oh, you're talking, bitch. And then I had a fifth grade teacher who was just as terrible. But yeah, other than that, those were the only times where I was hindered because they really just weren't listening and didn't care. Because I was black and they just thought that I would be a problem. And then it turned out I wasn't, and it turned out that they got into trouble for because that's what happens. I'm telling y'all. This is how it works. If you just observe, if you don't take everything personally, but you exercise justice for yourself. So for instance, if I complained and stuff like that, generally my complaints would be heard. I also knew the principal. She was friends with my grandmother. And so I could easily just tell her things, but I never told her things that were out of like spite or frustration. She'd ask, "Oh, how is everything?" And I'd be like, "Oh, it's okay. It's just these kids in class keep talking to me, and so it makes it hard to hear, and I can't see so well." She'd be like, "Oh no, blah 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 blah," and that'd be it. It's just the casual mentioning of those things, casually mentioning that, and being known by other people. Other people knew my character. They knew what my issues were, so justice would happen for me in different ways rather than me enact justice. I didn't have to tell on this person or do terrible things. I just had to be honest about my experiences and my life, et cetera, et cetera. And oftentimes, people out of the blue, the ways in which accessibility would find me, simply because I stayed true to my own experience. But that was also due to the fact that, of my circumstances. So, if you have not experienced accessibility, it is not because you didn't do things correctly. It is due to the experience, your circumstances and your environment, if that makes sense. There's only so much that you can do until changing your environment has to be the thing that is done. And so, don't get confused at all. I'm still feeling it all, to be honest. I keep feeling good enough for a couple of hours and then I'll get hit with a wave and it's really teaching me patience. Practice so much patience. I had a whole day. I think I cried multiple times for multiple different reasons, none of them real. They were subjectively true, but my subjective like opinion about how I was doing and what things were was just all off. You know what I mean? I was like, I'm crying, but I also know that like I can't bullshit myself, you know what I mean? So I was just like, so I'm stuck. I don't even know what the issue really is then. Like I just feel bad about this. Sometimes it's just a matter of like patience. You just stop doing any and all things and just rest and let it pass. And it sucks. Towards that evening, I was just bored and angry. Not like angry at anybody or anything. It was just bored. And when I get bored, fuck. You know what I mean? You guys know this. Gemini, Mars. I don't like being bored. So it's like I have all this energy to do stuff. I want to do something, but I can't do anything because it's like I just don't have the ability. I don't have it's like I've got all this stuff coming at me maybe, but I don't have the energy to put into it or to meet it with. So then you just get bored. And then the bored turn made me angry. And I was like, oh, and then I didn't feel like talking to nobody really. It's just anytime I wanted to talk to people, like even people in my own household, like even talking to my husband, so many times I came out to chat with him, and then as soon as I came out to chat with him, my whole energy just went boom. And I was like, oh, gotta go back to the room. I just don't have the energy. Like, all I'm gonna do is say things like I'm miserable the entire time, and I'm not actually miserable. So how do I move out of that? How do I know that I'm not miserable, but like when I come to meet or do anything, all I can do it is in misery. Then that just means you have to wait for it to pass. And the best way to do that is to rest the best way that you can and as much as you can in whatever situation you're in. So that could mean if you're busy, like at work or something like that, and you have a 15-minute break here and there, you take your 15-minute breaks and you rest. You know, sometimes you have a break, you'll have like a lunch break or some shit like that, and you'll be like, well, I'll get this and this and this done. So that way later on I can have all the rest that I need because I'm so no 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 no. On your break, do nothing. Rest. If you have to eat, eat. No scrolling on your phone, you just eat. No scrolling. I just finished doing the fish tank. We had to do a big redo of it all, you know, because we're getting new fish and stuff. The old beta fish a year ago. It's been a while since we've had fish, so redoing the whole fish tank. And towards the end, my oldest, he was feeling a little sick, so school, he only did some school. He had to go rest. My youngest, we finished up school with him, and my husband wasn't feeling so well, so they're kind of in a rest state. So I'm doing the fish tank by myself. I'm also, groceries come, I put away groceries. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. So I'm managing my energy just fine. And my husband, he went and he fixed me food. And so when I sat down to eat, I was going to pick up my phone. I was going to do something, and I immediately felt my energy go like it was dangerously going down. And I was like, let me just eat. Nothing else. Let me just focus on eating. Let me just sit here and be present with my food. Nothing else. And my energy went right back to where it was. And I was like, damn, I'm bordering. I'm close to the border. You guys saw how I was if you were here at the beginning. I came on here and I was like, it took me a while to wind up. You know, I was like, I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. I threw some stuff up here. I was like, astrology transits right now are trash. You guys can see it right here. Let me see. Yeah, I was like, the astrology transits right now are trash. Whatever. You know, I didn't have anything even lined up really. And then it took me a while to just get going, and we did. But that's kind of how it is. You got to take it moment by moment. And moment by moment, you cannot get locked, but you cannot get locked into the moment. You live moment by moment, but don't get locked into any particular moment because you're constantly living in a new moment as every moment comes. So if you're like, oh, I'm always this, I refrain. Sometimes the reason why I don't talk very much when I'm miserable is because when you are miserable, what do you have to talk about? All the shit that you want to go away? Well, I'm going to just let you all know this. Your body. So this is your voice, physical body. Let me put this down. These are your actions. This is your voice. What else can you do with your physical body besides make sound and do stuff? I think that's about it, right? Maybe repeated habits. There we go. Habits, and those are thoughts too to some degree, but habits. Okay, so your voice, actions, voice, and habits. These are what matter. And by that, I mean this is what comes into physicality. So if you're fucking miserable and you're like, ugh, and you want to start talking about how terrible everything is. My oldest, he was he likes when I shouldn't say he likes, but he really does like to soak it up when he's not feeling well because, oh man, it means he doesn't have to do his chores, nothing, you know, because he has to go rest. So he was, I can't remember what he was doing, but he was like, oh, you know, because I'm sick. And I was like, are you sick or are you recovering? I was like, because if you tell yourself that you're sick, your brain will work off of I'm sick. Okay. So it means that you're bad and you need to be told that you're not well. If you're recovering, your brain is working towards getting to a state of recovery. So passively speaking, you want to say the thing that is objectively true and subjectively true. You can match up your subjective reality to an objective one. You can make hopes and wishes by speaking positively in your subjective truth and seeing if it matches up with the objective one. I always say it's better when you're talking about your health When you're talking about loved ones, when you're talking about anything that you want to nurture, you should always speak towards positivity or only meet it with positive energy. Because if you meet it with negativity, with negative energy, what do you have to give it? You don't. You are taking away. So if I go up to my husband while I'm miserable, like he knows that I'm miserable, right? Like we've already talked about it. He's already asked me how I'm doing. He's already checked on me, this, that, and the other, right? So I'm just sitting in misery in the room. Oh, I just feel bad. I don't know why. My hip hurts and my head hurts. I got an ice pack on. Oh, and it's sensitive. I'm sensitive in the light. Maybe I'm getting a headache. Oh, okay. I'm feeling like that. And then I get bored. Okay, maybe my pain levels off a little bit and I'm not so much in pain. Maybe the Tylenol's kicked in. So now I'm bored and I want to go talk. Has my emotional state changed? No. No, I just don't feel it anymore because the Tylenol kicked in. So if I go out into the living room to go talk, what do I have to talk about in my misery? Man, he'll talk about stuff that I like, and I'll just be like my brain, it's like it just glazes over my brain. He was talking about the Marvel Rivals new season comes out on Friday, and he's telling me about my characters. Okay, he's not just talking about anything. I just need you guys to understand. I really like this guy. He's my best friend, and he will bring me gifts all the time, like little pebbles with penguins with pebbles. Okay, he's bringing me a pebble, and my own brain, I'm just like, oh, there's a pebble. I'm grateful, thanks. I guess. I don't know. Life is terrible. But thank you for the pebble. What pebble? Can we talk about this later? That is miserable. There is no joy in misery. So what's the only thing I can talk about? If I can't talk about any good stuff, you bring me a pebble, I don't want to talk about that. Tell me what's terrible happening in the news. I can talk about that. Is everything on fire? Did anybody die today? That's fucked up, isn't it? I like to be like, this is the only thing that I could talk about. Now, maybe other people are different. Maybe other people, when they're miserable, they can talk about positive stuff. And there is something to be said about moving to shift out of an energy. But there are times when the only thing that can shift you is time. Sometimes your body is processing something that you don't like. Sometimes the energy, the light source that's coming and hitting your body is hitting it in a way that just is not digestible for you yet. You just don't have the minerals necessary, but by the time you digest lunch, you'll be able to process some of the energy that was coming at you in the morning. Have you ever not eaten breakfast and then after lunch you feel better? And you're actually able to confront and meet the day and you go, oh, it turns out all I needed was a little food. Have you ever not been hydrated? And so you don't have the hydration necessary to process the energy, but you will in about 30 minutes when you remember to go get water. It doesn't necessarily mean like you're a bad person. You didn't stay hydrated to prevent a bad attitude. Maybe you were hydrated. Maybe you had to do something that used a lot of your fucking energy and you got to hydrate. The moment you were done, you went to go get hydrated again. And it's going to take you about 30 minutes for your body to go, whoo, we're good now. Time. Sometimes all it is time. And sometimes it's a mind frame. You can shift your mind frame and that speeds things up. Sometimes, man, there are days, I love those ones. Oh man, you want to be addicted to something in your mind space, okay? Listen, the only thing you should ever be addicted to is expanding and or discovering better philosophies, better values, and better beliefs. And by better, what I mean is things that are expansive, that include more than one thing. So for instance, the value that, okay, if you work really hard, so what's valuable? Working hard. That's a limited belief, right? This is a limited belief about value. That what's valuable is working hard. Okay. What's a better belief than that? I would say a better one, something that I would like, let's say, versus my work is valuable. Look at that. It's just a little bit more expansive, isn't it? Just a little bit more expansive. Working hard is valuable. Okay, so this is a statement about performance. My work is valuable. This is a statement about what is your work. Anything you do is work. You breathing? That's labor. You busting dishes? That's labor. Are you picking up a cake for somebody's wedding? That's labor. Are you watching kids for somebody else? That's labor. Are you making a note for someone so that they can focus on what they're doing, and still get the information that they need? That's work. That's labor. Your labor is valuable. Can you see how valuable that you were in each one of those situations? Great. Now, working hard is valuable. That kind of statement says that the performance of being seen working hard, or if you can perceive that you are working hard or other people are working hard, they are valuable. You see how those are two totally different things? One of them is kind of limited because it's limited to the performance, as it doesn't teach you anything about you. It doesn't open up your world. It doesn't like help you see yourself, et cetera, et cetera. This one, working hard, is valuable. This one is non-personal. It gives you judgments. It gives you the place to judge, because now you have to judge what is hard, what is working hard versus working easy. Because that means that if it comes easy, if it's easy for you, it's not, oh, I know I'm going to get a lot of people with this one. How many of you think, oh, well, that's easy. I did do that in my sleep. I don't have to charge for that. And then you wonder why your finances are terrible. Because you charge people for what is difficult for you to do, because you think that working hard is valuable. If it's really hard for you and you put a lot of effort and a lot of work into it, then it's valuable and other people should pay you. So you do a lot of work, you do this, that, and the other, and then two people purchase something that you do and you go, what the fuck? Not like my hard work is not valued by others. And then you do something stupid and it goes viral. And you're like, what? This is common sense. Who would pay someone to do this? Lots of people, obviously, because what's easy for you doesn't mean that it's easy for someone else. But since you judge what is easy as less valuable, you will not actually charge or do your finances based on what's easy for you. But now, instead of thinking about easy versus hard, we can just say that your work is valuable, which is all work. What you do is valuable. That way, if it comes easy to you, great. If it came hard, great. Like, you challenged yourself, you overcame it. This is my new saying around the house is, oh, that's your mountain to climb. Go climb it. I believe in you. I say that. I forgot why I said that and I brought that up, but I thought it was hilarious. I say it to my oldest son and my youngest all the time. Anytime my youngest, he starts to throw a fit about something, I'm like, oh, that's your mountain to climb. You got it. I believe in you. I'll be like, you got 10 flashcards to do today. Oh, that's your mountain to climb. I believe in you. You will overcome it. I believe. And then I just walk because I'm not entertaining this. You got homework. Now you crying. No. You got this. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe you will overcome, but that is true, right? Anything that you do is valuable. Anything that you do is valuable. If it was difficult, you just had a mountain to overcome. That doesn't make it any more or less valuable than what was easy. What was easy was something you didn't have to think about. It's passive. That's why sometimes I have noticed this, because I used to do this, okay? As somebody who, I put a lot of effort into what comes easy to me. I'll put it that way. I think it's pretty obvious. This shit comes easy to me, but I put a lot of effort into it. But I just generally put a lot of effort into the things that come easy to me because I like them and I like doing them. And so therefore, I used to do this where I used to think that if I wasn't if it wasn't hard, something that used to be hard became easy all of a sudden, I stopped caring about it. I stopped caring about it immediately. In fact, if I still believed that, none of this would be here, y'all. Okay, I would be teaching. I wouldn't be teaching, because I would assume that everybody knows what I know by now, and so therefore there is nothing for me to teach. Because if you don't know it and if I devalue the thing that's easy to me and you don't know what's easy to me, now I'm devaluing you. I think that this should be easy, that you can figure it out yourself without any help whatsoever. That's crazy, isn't it? That's crazy. But when I was younger, I used to feel that way because that was a belief that, like, you have to work hard. If you don't work hard at something, how can you expect other people to value something you won't even put energy or effort into? That was a saying, Nobody who told me that meant harm. They didn't. But it was a belief that was very limiting, because they were trying to, I was one of those students when I was a teenager who had all the potential. If only I just put in a little extra, Everybody wanted me to focus just a little bit more in whatever subject they taught, because they like seeing me excel in their subject. It made them feel good. That's all us teachers are that way. I'm not gonna lie. You guys excel, I feel great. I'm like, I knew it. I knew you could do it. Oh, this makes me feel good personally, because you use the tools. Yeah. More confidence for me, right? Like, obviously, all teachers like to see their students who have, especially students who have potential, to just go ahead and excel. Makes you feel great. It makes teaching fun. It's good. They get the tools that they need, right? So none of them meant any harm. None of them meant any harm. But anytime somebody pulled me aside and was like, "You have so much potential," all I heard was, "I don't work hard enough. I don't work hard enough. And only what's valuable is when I work hard." And the truth is that as a teenager, I didn't work hard enough. I was riding on talent all the time. I didn't like to practice and do all the little things and the little habits that, were necessary, right? I didn't. So did they mean any harm? No. But was it still a limiting belief that came out of a place of youth? Yeah. And it carried with me until I got rid of it, until I was like, oh shit, I am no longer a youthful teenage child who doesn't like to practice. I am the adult who practices, because one day, when you decide to practice, that's what happens. You become the person who practices the thing. I just had to find what I wanted to put all that energy into, right? But either way, sometimes you get negative beliefs, and it's not based off of harm. It's not somebody is stupid. It's none of those things. Sometimes it's circumstantial. Sometimes the belief that was limited was true objectively and subjectively in the moment, but it just no longer fits. You outgrow it. So that's why I'm saying, if you want to be addicted to doing anything in your mental space, instead of coming up with narratives about other people, other things, what's going on with, investigate your philosophies, values, and beliefs. Take an interest in other people's philosophies, values, and beliefs, just if only as food for thought, food to chew on. You hear somebody else's belief, you start thinking about it, and you go, how does that work? What culture did they come from? How was this belief made? Is it real? Is it true? I love reading. You all know I love Marcus Aurelius. Oh my God, did I just say that out loud? I'm still only on book 6, funny enough. But he's already saved my tail a few times, so there's that. But yeah, sometimes I open up and he says something, and it's not a belief that I don't agree. I see that it is a limited belief, but I can also understand culturally where it came from. And then there are beliefs that he has that are so universal, so objectively true, so subjectively true, that it still rings true 2,000 years later from my perspective. And I'm like, wow, that's powerful. That's powerful. And then there are the people who read his stuff to like become emotionally like dense and manipulative, and they don't want to know anything about him and his culture. They just want power, and they heard that this man will give it to them. Listening to those people and then reading the book and then being like, wow, you guys are lacking. That challenges your beliefs, philosophy, and values. You start to realize you really cannot trust other people's secondhand opinions about something. You should always check the source and see what your thoughts and feelings are before you start entertaining other people's thoughts and feelings, to understand how you should be digesting stuff, right? Because you want to know yours. Yours are what's interesting. Yours are what you take out into the world. This is a great place to be addicted to if you're going to shift that addiction to control over narratives. I got to be right. I'm ruminating about other people. Anytime you were thinking about some other person, please, I hope they are dead. I, you know, like, I don't even know how nicely to put that. I just hope that if you are ruminating on someone, I hope that they have passed. I hope that they passed 100 years ago. You're reading this person's book and you can't stop thinking about them. I hope it's like James Barrie. When I say he be haunting me sometimes, this, that, and the other. I'm thinking about this. I'm haunted, and I'm like, oh God, what do I believe? This or this? I'm going back and forth. I'm gathering evidence. I'm reading his biography. I'm looking at his other works. Be haunted by someone who's dead. because at least then you'll know that any type of confirmation bias you try to do is between you and your own dumbass self. You can't harm them, they're already dead. The best or the worst thing that can happen to you is that other people find out whatever your thoughts are that are based off of some crazy confirmation of bias you're trying to do, and they embarrass the hell out of you because your thoughts are limited. You didn't take this into consideration. Maybe you misread something. I don't know. That's the worst that can happen when someone's dead. You know? The worst that can happen when you ruminate about people who are alive in your world is you will begin to confuse your subjective truth with the objective truth. You will think that you know what other people are thinking. If you ever listen to any type of tarot reader, somebody in spirituality, a witch tell you that they can control, do anything to other people, they can make people think stuff, this, that, and the other. No, they can't. You're just listening to someone probably make shit up on the internet. They probably have some level of mental illness going on, because the only thing that people can do is project and or outrightly abuse the fuck out of other people. And I'm sorry, but if someone has a learning disability, which is a lot of people because literacy lows are very low, manipulating people with learning disabilities doesn't scream to me witch. It screams to me predator. You know what I mean? That's just being a predator. I know stuff and I'm going to use it against other people. Okay, you were malicious and you were a predator. That's not a witch. It's not a spiritualist. There's no woo woo going on. This is just the basic scammer and scammed. It's just it. Villain, victim. That's it. That's all it is. It's nothing else, because you can never do know and all that about other people. You think you can. I always say it. Dang, now I gotta turn this one in. I always say it, my partner, he's like my best friend. I say like, he is. And it's been for a very long time. And I still don't know this man. We were in Mexico 2 years ago. And I remember I was outside and I looked at him and I was like, the most terrifying thing is sometimes I look at you and I have no idea who the fuck you are. I'm looking at you and I'm like, and it's not like in a crazy way. It's like, oh my God, I really don't know what you think about this. And like, but for a second, I thought that I did. I asked you the question and then something so totally foreign came out your mouth. And it's not only just foreign, it's like when someone tells you their own personal philosophy on something and you're like, how did I never know this about you? This was just floating around in there, building over years. You were just over there having whole fucking adventures that I know nothing about. And not for no particular reason. I don't express every fucking thing that goes on inside my noggin. You know what I mean? I don't. So it's like you really can't know someone, even if you spend all your time talking to them. Fuck, I hardly know myself sometimes. I go and I sit with myself and then I discover something new. Oh, fuck. Don't get me started on the spiritual stuff. Fuck, you know what I mean? You're just like, wow, this is new. So it's really, really important that you avoid rumination. If you are ruminating over people, situations, things like that, circle it with a little red pen, write it down in your notebook, circle it right underneath it, causes rumination, so that you know that you have just identified a problem. Something that is pulling your attention, but it's not resolving itself. It's not bringing clarity. It's bringing confusion. If you circle somebody's name and you put causes rumination, it means this person causes confusion. Please don't get confused between they cause confusion because they love me, but they just don't know how to explain and express them. No, babes, go back to the beginning. They cause confusion. That is a choice in some way, shape, or form. Okay, it is a problem. And it could be a problem of little consequence and a problem of big consequence. But that's what the investigation is for, not conjecture. We don't know unless we ask. And if you ask somebody, how come you did X, Y, and Z, and they're all weird about it and you feel like you still don't get an answer, psh, cut it. This person causes confusion, and when asking for clarity, you get more confusion or nothing in return. That's your answer. That's your answer. Not that you just need to ask the right question in the right way at the right time. Nope, 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 nope. If you got to see, that's the energy drain. You're ruminating, which means you're trying to plan, plot, and scheme the right time, place, stay, like energy, this, that, and the other to slip the question in so that you can get clarity. You see how crazy that sounds? But when you hear people do that, he spoke Spanish and it got confusing. I had a character who did that once. He would do that when he got frustrated. Because he could only express his frustrations. Not that he could only express them, he's just more verbally expressive in Spanish. And I thought that it was so funny. So I'm sorry because that's not funny. It's not funny if you get confused. Yeah, sometimes language barriers, because not only does he speak Spanish, but he thinks in Spanish. And depending on the type of Spanish that he thinks and speaks in versus his own native ethnicity, that also adds issues, right? So if he's Spain Spanish, then his thinking is Spain Spanish, and that is ancestral and it comes with a lot of history. If he's Mexican Spanish, then he thinks in Mexican Spanish, which is a colonial Spanish, right? And that comes with its own set of historical thinking, which means these are two totally different people. One thought in the way that their ancestors were people who took, and one thinks in the way of survivals to survive the taking, but they're using the same language. These languages develop differently in people based on that, and so the way people think. And so sometimes the way that people think culturally, if everybody's in survival mode and they speak and they talk a certain way, they don't cause problems the same way. Like if you speak English and you're talking and then he speaks Spanish, he's thinking in Spanish, even if he speaks English, et cetera, et cetera. It can cause a lot of confusion and issues, language barriers, and that's not necessarily like a cut it, it's a problem. That's are you willing to overcome the language barrier? Are they willing to overcome the language barrier? Because if someone is always willing to create clarity and willing to sit with you in confusion until clarity is met, and then you feel relief because you're both on the same page, that's when you know that you're compatible. Confusion is going to happen. That's just been plenty of times where I'm confused with my partner. Jesus Christ. Not so much anymore. When we were younger, oh my God. We're two totally different. I'm from the East Coast. He's from the West Coast, first of all. We're culturally different. We got all sorts of differences going on. But we used to talk all the time as when we were younger and stuff like that. So naturally speaking, our minds are oftentimes on a frequency where we can truly understand each other. But like that's you're always going to have in some way, shape, or form moments of confusion. It's the question of, well, how do people behave when they're confused? Do they sit down and are they patient enough to work to clarity? And a good way of, I think, summing that up so it doesn't get too far from us is, are they the problem or are you guys confronting a problem? Are you guys looking at a problem or are you guys looking at each other as a problem? Because if you're looking at the problem and someone's looking at you like the problem, you are trying to solve a problem and they are confronting an adversary. Those are two totally different conversations. And that happens a lot. If both of you are looking at the problem, but you are feeling frustrated, confused, sometimes you need to take a break to be able to gain more clarity individually and come back to it, right? But you're both looking at the problem. Generally speaking, there's a lot of respect here. If somebody feels like you stepped over a line and disrespected them, whoa, the whole conversation stops and you address that emotional issue because that was never intended and that's not what's going on here, and you'll note that. You can withstand your sensitive feelings and stuff like that, and how you feel about X, Y, and Z to give space, right? And it does not diverge from the problem. The moment that that's done, you guys both go back to the problem. If someone goes, "You hurt my feelings, now I don't have to think about the problem anymore." Did you just make that up? That's what I'm going to ask. Why are we, okay, I hurt your feelings. My bad. Can we move back to the problems? Like, not my bad as in like, it is what it is. That's it. But my bad. I did not mean for that. That's not my intention. That's not how I'm expressing things or what I'm saying. I hope that you can take that in good faith as we resolve this. There's no disrespect. I think respect is tantamount. all the time. But that's kind of, how do you respect other people if you don't respect yourself, is like where that goes, right? And so respecting the self looks like, what are your actions, your voice, your habits, all that stuff matters to you. If your actions are things that you feel proud about, and then someone asks you to do something that would go against what your normal actions are, you're going to feel some kind of way. Your voice. If someone tells you you can't talk or wants to force you to say something that you don't want to say, et cetera, like if your voice is not in your control, right? This is harmful. Habits. But all these, the point that I'm making is that all of these things stack up to make you who you are, to make your reality, your lived experience. So these are the things that you want to really keep track of and keep organized: is my actions, my voice, my habits. Do you know your habits? Do you know what habits you're trying to build? Do you have a type of habit tracker? I will have a journal flip through coming out soon. I was going to do it earlier this week, and then I got hit with all that energy, and I was like, oh, this is so fucking ghetto. But I also have been doing a lot with my travelers journal. Look at this. I've got 4 different things in here. I love it. I love it. I love it. I have the one that I do. This is my school one. That's where I write down everything. This is my personal one. You guys can see. I was reading Witch Hat Altier, and so I just like draw stuff while I'm reading on note cards and then stick it in. Anytime I watch a movie, I'll be putting down my thoughts and stuff, and just little tidbits and things that go on during the day, my little stickers. I have my language learning one. And then over here, I just got this one. Oh, by the way, on the newsletter coming out soon. Oh, fuck. I have a really great journal coming out towards you guys. Somebody I did a one-on-one with, I remember she was talking to me about a journal she was working on. It was like an alchemical one for astrology and stuff like that, because she couldn't find something that she liked. And so I asked her to share it with me when she was done, because I'd like to offer that to other students, because a lot of people have been asking me, how do I track astrological stuff? And it is a lot to do by hand. Okay, I'm used to doing it, and so I've been pretty slow and hesitant to really dive into it outside of classes. I teach that in the courses. I think Mastering the Cosmos and Planetary Intelligence. No, Mastering the Cosmos is when we dive into a lot of the astrological stuff and how to journal and keep track of the astrology. But it's a lot, it's really dense, and if you're really new at astrology, or you just want to be abreast of stuff without having to be inundated, it can be really nice to have a journal. So anyways, there's like a 30% discount. She gave us a discount code, so I'll link it so you guys can go and give you guys the code that she gave us, because it's really great. I'm gonna go through there, because I'm gonna borrow some of the things that she does, see if there's anything I can add to my own journaling, because I thought, she was describing to me what it was, and I was like, man, that's great. And then I did like a really quick preview of it when she first sent it, and I was like, oh, it looks great, and I really want to. So anyways, that is coming to you all soon. I think you'll be able to get a digital one. You can print it out, and I think she offers a physical one. I'll have to double check and look, but it'll be great for helping you, because I was mentioning this habits. Okay, so this is like I have a little traveler's journal that just does like the month view and then the weeks. So I just keep this one in the back, simply because I like to have a month view. I put a lot of my astrology here just so I can look at it in a view. And generally speaking, I will put stickers on here intuitively, and then I'll write things in intuitively. I channel, and it never fails. Everything that I write always comes true that day. I've had stuff on there that's like, you get a surprise, and then I literally get a surprise like in the mail, or a gift or something, and it's wild, and I'm just like, this is groovy. So I like doing that because it's fun. And then I just list my habits on the weeklies. I just keep track of the habits that I have, the ones that I'm building specifically. I don't keep track of habits that I like legitimately have. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to tell myself, oh, make sure you brush your teeth 7 times a day. I did get a new water floss, so I floss with a water floss instead of a regular one. So that's a new habit, right? To use that, because it is different. So I would put that down for like a week or 2. And then when that becomes normal, I don't keep track of the habit. I just do it. And then if I have flashcards, like my Japanese flashcards, I'll put that down 3 a week. until like I'm reading more fluently or I surpass a certain vocabulary level, I got to do do it 3 times a week and then add new by the end of the week. You know, I got to do one lesson a week. So that I write those things down, and I write them on a certain day, because when you know the days that you have to do something and you plan for it, you're more likely to do it. Are you going to miss some? Of course. That's really natural to miss things. It's really normal. It's really normal. But the point is to like get the repetition in. And once you reach a certain threshold, your brain just does it itself. Your brain's going to go, oh, yeah, I want to do this. And it'll tell you that like, you'll be like Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. Those are the days that I do my workout at the gym. And on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, now your brain goes, I want to work out at 4 a.m. on Tuesday. I want to work out 7 o'clock in the evening on Thursdays. And on Saturdays, I want to do deep stretches at home. And it'll just be on a Tuesday. On Mondays, you just feel totally slogged down. You can't get out of bed. You can't do whatever to go to the gym, and you just feel terrible. And on Tuesday, you're like, well, now I feel like it, but I should have, I should have done it on Monday. Why didn't I do it on Monday? Just do it on Tuesday. Do it at 4 a.m. on Tuesday. You got an in-home gym. Just get up at 4 a.m. in the morning, go do your fucking weird ass weights at 4 in the morning, and then go take your shower and go back to sleep. I don't know what the fuck you got to do, but your brain will tell you when it is best for you to do it. That's the intuitive living, but you got to get the reps in for your brain to know that this is a thing that it needs to add into your life. And then it just becomes intuitive. Like I rarely keep track of anything. I keep track of important commitments on my schedules, right? But other than that, like, everything just fits in somehow. I don't keep track of anything else. It all just it just all comes into matter naturally. And it feels a little chaotic sometimes. It feels like, oh my goodness, the witching hours ticking down. I don't know if I'm going to get this done. And then all of a sudden, one day I have tons of energy and I do almost everything that I thought I was going to do all over the week in that one day. And then I'm not tired at all. And it might be the last day of the week to get everything done. It's just it's a moment of trust in your body. Of course, you don't want that to be your life all the time. No. But sometimes does that happen? Yes. Is it better to be okay with how things happen more so than the control over when it happens? Yeah, yeah. You should just probably go with the flow, because you'll just be less pissy about it. And sometimes it's all that's necessary. I'm slow on projects, but tonight I'm going down to the beach to work on a map for the art class. Ooh, that's so nice. Yeah, I'm super excited for the art class map. What is that, Saturday? Oh, I was gonna say tomorrow, but tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, I'm super excited. I've been wanting, I'll show you guys. I have all of my little icons planned out. For anybody who doesn't know, we do art club on Saturdays. You can come join. You can always look at the Midnight Scholar Society. There's a collection on the Patreon called the Art Club, and that has the instructions for what we're doing and a little overview and stuff. So you can join us. It's super fun so far. I've enjoyed. But on Art Club, we're doing map making of your internal world. So your heaven space, your Middle Earth, and your and the underworld. So the way that actually kind of pans out here, your soul would be like the heaven body. So these are realms that you have. This is just where energy is, and you're one, you're all, whatever, whatever, right? Your mind is like your Middle Earth. Okay? Middle Earth. It's where humans do human shit. Your body is also technically in like Middle Earth. Okay? This is where everything patterns out. And then the underworld is like where all of this goes to die. So, if you had an idea, let's say in your past life, let's say 3 years ago, you were a influencer in arts and crafts, Etsy shops. You taught people how to make Etsy shops and put their art on Etsy shops, and that's all you did on YouTube like 3 years ago. And you were pretty popular. People listened to you, and then all of a sudden, you had a crisis of faith and consciousness, and you fucking hate Etsy. You don't want anything to do with it. You hate YouTube. Right? And then you decided that you were going to be a writer, and you want to start writing. Okay? What do you think happened to Etsy YouTube you? Yeah, all of this, all your habits, your actions, the voice that you are, that was built specifically to maintain a YouTube channel. all of that kind of gets like I keep thinking of I don't know what it's called, but it's like when something gets scooped out and I keep thinking of menstruation. That's what it is. Yes, it's the truth. It's like all of this has a menstruation cycle. Your whole sense of self, yeah, like who you are, your personality, all that shit goes through a cycle. And in that cycle, it gets dropped, like it gets tossed into the underworld. So the underworld is everything that was that no longer is for the most part. Okay, it's a place where things decay and everything is falling apart. There's beauty there for sure. It just depends on how you see it. And unfortunately, most people in hell vibrations, like misery can exist here. In your soul, in the heaven realms, misery cannot exist there. Joy does. Joy is really nice there. Joy can also exist in the underworld. It like now that can get dark, right? It really depends. But misery has a hard time existing in the heaven realms because it's a heavy, dense emotion. Misery sinks down. Generally, lots of negative emotions. The sound vibration is low. Okay, it's not high, it's low. That's why it's not positive happy and negative low. Now it's not necessarily that juxtaposition. It's just resonance higher, resonance heavier, lower. And lower doesn't mean bad. It's just denser. It's denser. So misery kind of exists. Grief is the path into the underworld, right? So grieving, what is our Etsy chick grieving? Well, the community, a routine, a schedule, a sense of self, financial independence that is guaranteed and kind of what's the word that I'm looking for? Predictability. Do you know how hard it is to have predictability ripped from you? To have like your community and feeling connected to other people because you guys are talking about the same thing all the time. To have that ripped from you, I'm sure a lot of you know what that probably feels like. Everybody experiences that to some degree at some point in time, right? When you have those things ripped, it's grief. It's grief. Now, she may be like, let's say Etsy shop person was also writing a book at the same time. And it got picked up by a traditional publisher. Okay. And the book has nothing to do with arts and crafts and Etsy. It's actually a graphic novel. This person, they drew stickers and they're an illustrator. Okay. Um, so, I mean, obviously their audience may be interested about their book, but the audience isn't really there for their art and stuff. The audience is always there because they are also fellow Etsy art like sellers. Okay, and they just want to hear about your latest tips on fucking Etsy, bitch. Like, cute book, maybe I'll buy it, maybe I won't, but like, how can I get people to buy my beads? Like, like maybe that's what her audience is like, right? So she's not really interested in sticking around to this audience to talk about her book. They don't. Every time she posts a video about her book, she gets like 2% of the views that she gets when she posts, new Etsy terms and services. That gets tons of views. But when she talks about her books, like 2 people watch the video. That's pretty that hurts. That, oh, nobody cares. That hurts, right? That's grief. Even though something positive is happening. She's a traditionally published author. She's got a graphic novel. This is crazy. This is really cool. Over in the book community, people would be really interested. They want to know, but she hasn't been over there yet. She hasn't experienced, she hasn't built that up yet. She's in the underworld slogging off the old self. To be able to walk into the book one as an illustrator requires you not to be a brand new bitch like you've never been before. It requires you to expand beyond the old one. So she's Etsy shop owner, or at least she was, right? She had that. And she's also something else. That's an entire journey. So that's why the descent into the underworld is kind of like menstruation. That's why women go through it all the time, because it's like a slosh. It's a slogging off. I think that's the word I'm looking for. But it's like a scooping out of who you were and flush out. And that shit's fucking miserable. There's pain, there's grief, there's no way to avoid it. You can tell yourself you didn't care. Maybe she enters her villain era and tells everyone in Etsy stuff that she hates them because that'll make it easier for her to walk away from the channel. You know, like that's a little wild, right? Maybe she tells herself that this is all that people will ever know her for, and that was her one time to be big, and she's wasted it on Etsy shops rather than waiting until she finished her graphic novel. Because what if she come out onto the internet? These are all limited ways of thinking, right? But that's why you have to go into the underworld to flush out the limited thoughts so that you can then expand. Here we go again. So we go into the underworld and then we flush out those thoughts, and then we have to expand. We have to go over these belief systems here. And then when we go over those, guess what you have? A rebirth. It's kind of like going backwards almost. Kind of like going into the, maybe that's what it is. The underworld is inverse. It's body, because the body is the first, and then it's mind, because you have to go through, you have to notice what's going on with you first, right? You have to notice something is let's say dying. Use the word rebirthing, just for anybody who pops in all of a sudden. They're like, what is she talking about? Somebody's dying. Oh my god, these spiritual people, they're always talking about death. It's just harm, you know. I don't know what people think. I was just making that up since I was taking forever. Okay, there we go. Mind, new scripts. We need new scripts. And then soul. Ah, fuck. What the fuck, guys? Come on. That's not what I meant. New scripts. Okay. And then soul. Soul. Ah. You can tell. Perfection. Okay. Oh, not this being capitalized and this not. Can you guys see the issues that I have? Okay, there we go. And then the soul, this is the rebirth. Oh my god, rebirth. There we go. Rebirth. New, still spelled wrong. New ideas and maybe wishes. I'll say wishes. Because at the rebirth, what I'm getting at is you're having new light and new sound. So the sound desire, maybe that's the right word, because this is the water aspect, the emotional aspect. You get new ideas and new desires. Yeah. Let's make both those plural. Okay, new ideas and new desires. So this is the rebirth, and maybe this is why this is the underworld. We'll talk this underworld journey. Inverse of the previous. Yeah. Precious? Come on, guys. Come on. Not you guys. I'm talking about the ones in the computer. You guys know what I mean. That sounds crazy. But we're going with it because it's funny. Okay. There we go. So the underworld journey is kind of like it's technically like the reverse process, right? I mean, I'm coming out of that. I'm just realizing that right now. I'm not saying that like, you know, I'm like, yes, let me tell you. But no. I'm just realizing that right now because I'm thinking about the process, and that's like that's literally how knowledge works and wisdom. I want to highlight that. When you see how I took a second to think about it, and then how, because I was talking about in relation to this cycle menstruation, how something I was talking about the process of rebirth in the underworld, and while talking about the process, since the other one is right here for me to look at, guess what I realized? Because the information's right there. It all just connected for me. It's not me necessarily. I mean, it is me. It's all here, right? But it's just me engaging with myself in my own brain and my mind, that it's like, oh, never saw this before. But now I can see it a little differently because haven't really talked about it to this length before. You know what I mean? I just kind of knew what these things were, but I didn't sit down and investigate them to ask myself, how does this fit mind, body, and soul? Soul, mind, body. You know, I didn't ask those things. So, but stuff just comes to, it reveals itself. I guess I'll put it that way. But yeah, it's like the inverse: body, mind, soul, and then body, mind, soul. And then where are you? You're in the soul, so you go to the mind and the body. You know, boom. So it's like, yeah, the underworld journey. What was I saying? Outside of that, oh, but looking to start real coursework you have soon. It's been a lot of Gemini energy, so many ideas, and you know, I start 500 things and then need to finish them. I know how that feels so much. Oh my god, I literally have I kind of put low-key a cap on the amount of books I'm allowed to open up at this point. I'm allowed to pick up fiction, but I am not allowed to open up anything new nonfiction, because I have too many things open that even I'm like, this is too much. Like, I'm pushing back on y'all. This is too much. I refuse. And the energy is like, I need you to get out of this. books are just books. And I'm like, no, they're meant to be read first page to the end. I'm one of those people, I cannot stand opening up a book and just reading any fucking page. I'm like, who does that? You know, I was like that as a kid, and I never really thought that maybe that was a bit extreme on my end. And so you can imagine as an adult having to deconstruct that. Like I did it the other day. I opened up a book and it opened up to chapter 12, and I was like, just read. And it's things, okay, and the reason why I highlight that too, then I gotta go soon. But the reason why I'm gonna highlight that too is, you see how it's just this is just a little deviation from my usual. I opened up a book and this is a spontaneous event. My usual pattern is to read from beginning to end. I'm talking preface, introduction, forward, dedication page, because I want to know who did you dedicate this to. And until I'm done with all those, chapter 1 does not get started. That's how I usually am. Okay, go in order. For me to open up on page 12, this is a deviation from my usual behavior. When you deviate from usual behavior, you ignite the soul energy. So you ignite up here, and your mind, because now your brain is like, whoa, 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 something new is happening. Your brain goes, whoa, 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 oh shit, not like that, but your brain goes, whoa, 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 whoa. What's happening? What's happening? And the only way to get an answer about what's happening is new information, new ideas, new information. That's ideas and sound, right? I need to take a new. So you kick start up into your soul consciousness whenever you do that. And so that opens you up naturally. You're just shifting your consciousness from your brain that knows and predicts everything into a state of spontaneity, which is your soul. Your soul is spontaneous because your soul exists in the all. Your mind is limited. It exists in the now, in the concrete, in the human body. Okay, and your body tells you the truth about how things, about what the body keeps the score. Okay, your body is the accountant. You don't like the accounting, then you don't beat up on your body. You don't try to change your body. You go here, because your body just keeps score. That's like if you're watching a soccer game and you're like, I don't like this score. So then you go over to the scorekeepers and you start beating the shit out of them. Like, they're not going to change it just because you're upset. Even if you give one of them a black eye, you're just going to get banned from all of this stuff and possibly put in jail, as you should be, for randomly accosting people, right? No, you don't beat up the scorekeeper. You talk to the players, the ones involved in the process. And even then, you don't go up and you don't beat up your you don't beat up your players. Can you imagine if the coach was like, you guys aren't scoring? Piece of shit. Like, what the fuck, guy? Way to fuck with my head. You just call me a piece of shit. Why don't you get out there? Now there's a brawl on the sidelines, right? Coaches don't go around beating the shit out of their players. No, they go back to basics. They go back to, they try strategy. They try to investigate. They look at what's the terrain. What are we dealing with? You know what I'm saying? Like, nurturing hopefully happens. But also, if the game is the point in which the coach decides to coach, we got a problem. The coaching should have happened during practice. Right? The buildup happens during practice. So this is where I go. We practice, right? If you're going to get addicted to these bad boys. Get addicted to these bad boys. Philosophy. What are my values? What are my beliefs? The more that you practice that in the moment, you have a lot to work with. When the game's on, your coach has a lot to work with. Well, what about this bit? Man, let's take it back to the voice memo guy. You get this voice memo, this man being like, hey, I know we've been on 2 dates. Listen, I'm a sexual being. All right? You invited me over to your house. I don't know what we're doing if we're not fucking. Listen. I like sex. It's a great activity. Very enjoyable. I'm a grown woman. Okay? I'm not going to have my pearls. I'm not going to clutch my pearls because somebody asked me that. Okay? However, I'm not getting moist either. She's drying up as we speak. Why? I mean, I like this activity. Why am I repulsed? Well, maybe it's because of the way the person asked. Maybe because, like, it's not, it's just not it for me, right? It's just not it for me. I don't like it. So in the moment, I can either feel really bad because I feel repulsed. I don't feel like I was asked properly. I feel like someone isn't really taking me and my values into consideration because they don't know what those are, because they didn't even ask about those, but they want to be all up in me. And that feels a little too much. I don't like this. I can either feel all of that repulsion and negativity and sit with it in my body and say, this is what's wrong with the world. People are fucking weird. People are fucking stupid. Listen, my first reaction would have been like that. I'm going to be totally honest with you guys. If I got that voicemail, I'd have been fucking irritated. I'd be like, what the fuck are you? The fuck do you mean? Like, this is probably, like, first of fucking all, where's the fuck? Like, this is not even titillating. And who the fuck do you think that I am, that this is the way that you should fucking approach me? Like, who the fuck did I present myself as, that this is what... Hold the fucking phone. Doesn't matter how I presented myself. This guy's fucking stupid! You know what I mean? Like, no, he's stupid. He's the problem. Here I am. I'm irritated. Do I need to be? Hold on. Let me check my other beliefs and thoughts. This is a waste of my fucking time. Okay, so do you still want to be angry? Yeah, I want to keep talking about it. Okay, even though it's a waste of time. He's the one wasting my time. He's not even here right now. Me, who is that in my head? Who's talking to me? Is this schizophrenia? What happened to agreeing with me all the time? What's going on? Who said that? Me. Who said that? Who said he's... Who said that? Now I'm checking myself. Why? Because I have other beliefs. I have other values. I have other philosophies that are kind of coming up as a script. My brain is feeding me other alternatives, and now I have to argue against those other alternatives. And people go around calling that schizophrenia. No, that's just your old belief systems coming up in the voice that you program them. If I have a belief system that I get from Marcus Aurelius, it comes up in the energy that I associate with Marcus Aurelius with while I'm reading. Is that Marcus Aurelius come to me through the grave to talk to me personally? No, not in that sense. Is it an aspect of him? The aspect that I am interacting with through his book? Yes. So the experience, the emotional soul, the soul experience, the mental experience, all of that is me interacting with this, and it teaches me something, and then I take all of that, and if I put his voice on a belief about oblivion, fuck it, we'll all be dead soon anyways. I'm going to hear it the way that I think he says, the way that I think he says it. And when that comes up in my mind, I'll know that I'm arguing with Marcus Aurelius. And at this point, I've truly lost it, because I'm arguing with a man that's been dead for 2 millennia over another man who sent me a voicemail, wasting my fucking time. And you know what? I would rather not argue with a dead man and just move on with my life. So maybe I should take that dead man's advice and just say, fuck it, we're all going to die anyways. I don't actually need to care about this, or let this person waste my time anymore. I can just let it go. Are my feelings going to be erased immediately? No. This is where practice comes in. Patience. You practice patience. You retrain your thoughts. So you go about, you know what can I do? Well, let me go watch a movie. You sit down to watch a movie, and the movie is about a girl who gets a voice memo from a fucker. So you turn off the movie. I'm going to go on a walk. So you go on a walk, and as you're walking, you're listening to music, and then a song comes on that goes, you didn't think I was worth it. Well, fuck you, bitch, I am. And you're like, and then as you're walking, something happens. I don't know, maybe a dog runs up, and it's a dog, and it looks lost, and you're like, oh my god, what's wrong with this dog? Is anybody around? And you look, you don't see anybody, and then the dog looks at you, and you look at its tag, and you realize it lives close. So you like spend 30 minutes chasing the dog around, and then eventually you do get it home, and its owners are kind of a piece of shit, because as soon as you show them that their dog, they're like, oh, yeah, he just does this all the time. And then the dog runs out again before you can even properly leave. And you're like, you guys are terrible. What if I was afraid of dogs? You know what you haven't done in about 30 minutes, an hour now? Think of that, man. Oh, but now you are thinking about it again. Okay, and now we got to reshift. Finish out your walk. By the time you get home, you eat, you have forgotten about it a little bit. And you talk to somebody, and you're talking about something else, and then your day goes. And then throughout the week, you have periods and episodes where the energy comes up because you were processing it. You experienced a disappointment. You experienced an event that did not turn out. Even if you didn't have expectations, it still turned out disappointing. But that doesn't mean that you have to sit in the disappointment. It doesn't mean that you have to entertain it. It doesn't mean you have to give it meaning outside of just what is. You can, in fact, let it go. You know what I'm saying? And it all started with a little belief script that while you were upset and angry, something that you programmed in yourself from reading a long time ago. Maybe you read the book. Yeah, it's Marcus Aurelius, right? Maybe you read the book like 3 months ago. Okay. And just a thought about oblivion and that kind of thing. You just been using that phrase a little bit more often in your life. And it came up at a moment that you needed it. Your brain is surfing through all of your files for what you need in order to get into alignment. If you argue with yourself in order to stay stagnant, you are working against yourself. If you work in your off time, so off time is anytime something critical is not happening to you. So, what do you do for fun? What do you do just when you're chilling? What do you do when you're sitting around? What do you have around you? If you go home and your place is filled with fluff, coffee table books that you never read, books on your shelf you never read, if you have a music records, you don't listen to those, games you never play, journals you never use. If your stuff is filled with fluff, stuff that you don't use, don't interact with, it's just there to look nice when other people come over, well, when other people come over, you're gonna only have fluff as a fucking shield for all the onslaught of emotional chaos that happens to you because you haven't really been doing too much in your personal time to ask yourself about your false philosophy, values, and beliefs, especially if you spend all your time curating your environment for other people, right? So that's the idea that you spend your time addicted to other people, what they think, what their perceptions are, looking the right part so that the right things happen to you. That's how you end up in that space. If you're surrounded by you, that means your lived things, the things that you want, you interact with for your purpose. Well, those things are all going to flash up to shield you from whatever you say you're releasing, because there is a kickback when you release stuff. Grief. When you release something, guess what happens? Grief, the journey into the underworld. Sorry to interrupt, but do you mind briefly talking about the transit again? I missed it. Oh, I didn't really talk about the transit too much. So I will, and that'll be the last thing, because I gotta go. I'm tired now. I feel like, thanks y'all for just letting me kind of like ramble about the things at the top of my mind. Because this energy is just so trash, which segues us back into what? The transits. The transits. Okay. Let me move this up actually. Transits. Okay. So we have the major ones. I was really kind of talking about Uranus conjunct Mars in Gemini. Okay. So we have this one, which is kind of a lot of what I was talking about, especially since I've been highlighting the mind a lot lately and spontaneity. So with this energy, you're going to have a lot of spontaneous thought. So you're you're going to have a lot of especially okay. Pluto's in retrograde, which means naturally internally it just feels like we're in the underworld. Okay? There are some times where I feel like I am legitimately in hell. And other times I feel like I am at the precipice, the very top of hell. But I have not been in my heavenly dimensions in a little while. Now, that being said, that's because Pluto's in retrograde. When Pluto's in retrograde, all it means is that the energy, instead of the energy approaching you from the outside in, so this would be like signs and synchronicities that that you hear from other people. So if you're walking down the street and someone says, "Oh my God, did you hear about the hummingbirds?" And you're like, "Hummingbirds? That's a sign. Like hummingbirds is a sign for me." And then you like go sit down at a cafe, and then someone says, "I'm sorry, is this yours?" And it's like a bag with a hummingbird like imprint on it, and you're like, "No, oh wow, that's a pretty bag." And they're like, "Oh, okay, thanks." Right? And then you like leave the cafe and you go home and you sit down, you turn on the TV. As on Prime is this like Calm, or maybe it's HBO. It's like Calm. I don't know. It's like nature fucking thing rolling on the TV. And then it's just hummingbirds everywhere. And you're like, "Oh my God. Oh my God." This is an external energy that keeps coming at you, right? Your external world is
energy, like the energy is external. And so you can you see it, you can kind of touch it, you can look at it, you see it coming at you, sort of a thing. When retrogrades happen, now think of the inverse. If it's not external, where is it? It's internal. Can you see internal you? No. You cannot see inside of you like that, but you sure fucking can feel it. Fuck, right? So our internal senses, especially when we think about like when we think about the soul information that you get bombarded by sound from the inside out. That's where inflammation, running thoughts, emotions that are just rampant. You feel like that, like you are just out of control of your own body. You just cannot function because something seems to be like inside of you causing chaos. That's a retrograde planet, and it's just one that's not fully integrated. That's all. Um, so right now with Uranus conjunct Mars and Gemini, and it's in air or mental body. So it's in the mind with Pluto retrograde. Retrograde. There we go. And it's in the mind with Pluto retrograde. So let me just okay. So we just talked about the mind a lot. This is where your philosophies, values, beliefs, this is where all these things are, and they come together to help you form meaning. So the place in where you form meaning, you look and you form your subjective truth about an objective reality, is currently in the underworld. So you're probably getting new scripts. This is where new scripts happen, or you're holding on to old ones and chaos ensues. When you don't let go of an old script, oh man, your whole fucking life falls apart and you have no idea why, because it's like kind of, and you can't see it, right? If your belief system, like we talked about it, here's an old script, right? Working hard is valuable. Oh shit, you guys can't see that. Okay. If your old belief system is working hard is valuable. Okay. Um, actually copy and let me move this here and then just move it down here. So old belief versus new belief. Okay. So sorry, I didn't mean to scream. Y'all, I hope it's not loud. My bad. Okay. So your old belief versus new belief that working hard is valuable. Is that's not spelled correctly? What the fuck? Okay, value. Well, there you go. That's not right. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. There we go. I did have it correct. Oh my god. I'm done. You guys can tell. I'm out. Okay, so working hard is valuable versus my work is valuable. This is an old belief. Now, what do you think happens if Pluto's in there? So underworld, Pluto rules the underworld first of all, and he's inside of you right now. That sounds crazy. But he's inside. So that means like and he's also in your mind body. So this just what I mean, and all I mean by that is you have many different energy points in your body, just like you have blood that flows through your body and different organs that function, right? You also have fascial tissue, and you have chi or energy that moves between and moves everything. Okay, and it's organized like a highway system. So there's different sectors and stuff like that. Just think about your body, your mind, your soul as different cities. Okay, but they're all interconnected by lanes and stuff like that. That would be all of the lines that connect. Now sometimes Pluto moves into the city that's called mind. Okay, and this is where all your mental scripts come. What was this flashing over there? That was creepy. It's where all of your mental scripts and belief systems and philosophies are made. It's where you make meaning of all the information that you have. Pluto goes to that city. Okay, the city is going to change. It went from New York to Gotham. Oh, I'm just kidding. But no, it's like the underworld. Like your mind all of a sudden has a different resonance to it. And so Pluto naturally transforms things, but when he's in retrograde, he transforms things from the outside in. So if he was direct, not retrograde. So when Pluto is direct, let's say you go to the bookstore and they don't have your book. You ordered it. They sent you an email, told you to come pick it up. You get there and they tell you, I'm sorry, we don't have that order. Well, we're going to look. And you go, okay. And you really needed it by today. Like today was the last day you need to get that book. And you can only get it from the internet. So you're just like, are you fucking kidding me? Everything keeps falling the fuck apart. Pluto. So as you're waiting and you're standing there, someone's behind you in line and they're complaining that this is taking forever and you feel like they're kind of complaining about you, but you don't know. So you're going to try to just ignore. You put on some headphones and some music because you're already just, oh, right? And then you look up and you see a books on the little side stand and it's a bunch of philosophy books. Maybe Marcus Aurelius is there, Meditations. And you've been hearing me talk about it all the time. And you're like, this fucking book. And then you pick it up. And then you start reading it a little bit. You just open to a random page. And Marcus says, sometimes everything just falls the fuck apart. And really, there's nothing you can do about it. We're all going to die anyways. So just do your best. And you take a moment, you breathe. And all of a sudden, all that stress you felt just went away. Yes, the sun is square Saturn too. We'll get there in a second. It just falls all the way away. Ooh, natal retrograde Pluto. Oh, they're just used to it. Natal just means you're used to this particular energy. So that's Pluto externally impacting you. Pluto showed up externally. It was the book on the outside, right? Internally impacting you would be if you had already read that book, right? And you had already read that passage and you're standing there, these people don't have your fucking thing, you're irritated, and it comes up in your mind. We're all gonna fucking die anyways. Really doesn't fucking matter. Huh, that's right. All this is stupid. Okay. See, that's a positive retrograde experience. You just had it come up in your mind. And nothing external reminded you of it. It was in here. It was in here. A lot of people think retrogrades are terrible, this, that. No, it just means that it occurs in here instead of out there. That's why everybody's all fucked up, because they're disorganized in here. They rely on the external to be organized and to organize their internal. So when the energies move internally and start speaking to you directly inside of you, then it's confusion. I don't know what's going on because the energy is showing up inside of you. If your natal, Jamal, if your natal is retrograde and Pluto, mine is as well, you're used to it. In fact, seeing shit fall apart externally or seeing stuff externally might make you go, oh God. It used to do that to me all the time. I swear to God, hearing a voice in my head telling me shit all the time, or, voices, there's just, and it's not a voice like someone goes, oh no, I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm so sorry. It's because I did my thing. But my point is that the voices aren't always like that. The voices are what makes sense to you. So if it was SpongeBob, like you got a full philosophy quote from fucking SpongeBob, you hear fucking SpongeBob saying the quote and it makes you giggle. Yeah, that's just you categorized it as a memory and it came with sound. Sometimes you categorize a memory as a visual. Sometimes you categorize it as a smell. You ever smell something that's not actually around you, but it reminds you of something, and it reminding you of something leads to something else? Yeah, it's just coming up how you stored it. And when you're a kid, you store all sorts of stuff, and you store all sorts of stuff in weird fucking ways. And as an adult, you store things in a very meticulous and weird, kind of like obsessive ways. Um, and that can make things a little bit more complicated. The best thing is just to recognize that you are always storing things and that when they come up inside of you, it is from your own storage. I do this all the time with my kids where I have them learn how to take notes. because the point of taking notes isn't to go back. And I tell you guys this all the time. I don't write down in my journal so that I can legitimately go back and be like, let me read them. Dear diary. Like, you know what I mean? I got a life. I don't want to read the life I already lived. I want to go live some more. But I write things down because it cements the experience, and so the recall of it is already organized because I organized it on paper, which means I took the time out to organize it in my brain. Because if you have to write something in a way that makes sense to you, you are organizing it in your brain so that you can transcribe it. If you talk to people, you will organize it so the other person can hear you, so you're just a little bit less likely to retain because it's for someone else, not necessarily for you. If you make voice notes for yourself, if you make songs for yourself, then you're likely to remember for sure. You know what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily like writing is more important. It's just that writing in a journal is inherently something you're doing for yourself. Whereas talking in a conversation with other people to explain something to them is something you're doing for someone else, not for your own brain. So you will retain, just not as much. But that's also why teachers retain so much information. I'm telling you, anytime I'm always like, man, I'm kind of insufferable because, as I teach kids, I have to go over information all the time. Like right now, we're doing language arts with decoding words, so like long vowels, short vowels, and like and spelling combinations, right? So as I look at these, I'm like, huh, I forgot about that. And my brain goes, now, because I have to teach it to someone else, not only do I remember, but now I also have concrete examples, understandings of, and reasoning for, right? Something that I haven't really gone over since I was a child. No, something I haven't gone over since I was in college because I did a lot of I took literacy classes. I got a literacy certificate. Actually, I don't think I ever submitted for it. I was supposed to apply for the certificate, to have them give it to me. But I never did that. I didn't really need to. Now that I think about it, it's not like, man, sometimes I think about things like that. And I'm like, why don't I ever do the last step and just get the thing? And it's because it's not important to me. I'm like, what do I need the paper for? I just needed the skills. But always take the time out to get the paper, I think. That's why I tell myself now, go ahead and take the time out to get that thing. You never know when it's helpful. I don't know when a literacy certificate that's probably outdated now would be helpful. It wouldn't. Never mind. Just do it. Do what makes you happy, people. But anyways, what was I even mentioning before I went off on that thing? Oh yeah. So, something that I haven't looked at since I was like in college. Now I'm looking at it again with a new different understanding, with a new different way because I'm teaching it rather than learning in depth about how to teach it or learning about it. So I'm looking at it in a totally different perspective and that changes you. When I have to actually build out a lesson plan and stuff, that legitimately changes you. That's why teaching is helpful. So speaking is helpful, but how and what is the intent and the purpose? Like my point is how are you organizing your brain? Everything you do is organizing your brain. I used to do this all the time. I was one of those chronic, I'm going to ignore that I have to pee and wait till the last minute. Man, it made you sometimes in the middle of the night I have to pee. Okay? I just have episodes. Cycles where I sleep all throughout the night and cycles where I have to get up sometimes 2 times in the middle of the night to pee. And I'm like, what is going on? I also wake up hot. I'd be like, what is happening? My body's just changing or something. Man, my experience when I would ignore my body and wait to the last minute, when I go through those cycles at night, I would dream about having to pee. I would dream about those fucked up toilets. I would dream about never being able to find a place to pee, only to wake up with like seconds to get up and run to the bathroom, being like, why didn't my body wake me up sooner? Why would your body ever wake you up to do something that you legitimately ignore it until a certain time? I had to realize I taught my body to wait to the last minute to initiate because I waited to the last minute to initiate. As soon as I stop doing that, now I wake up. Now, as I'm sleeping, my dreams, it's so funny. It's so funny. I only notice whenever the cycle is happening, because it's not all the time. I'll notice that as I'm dreaming, my dreams go, and it's almost, it's almost like a movie where it's like slowly black screens. I'll be talking to myself. Um, Don't ask me about what. Man, the other day I was talking about fucking clams, and we were talking about the like, you are what you become is what you are. Like, I just kept hearing that over and over again while seeing the clams and shit. And I was like, fuck, I just can't get rid of this thought. It's just rolling in me, and I'm unpacking it in 1,000 ways. And I'm thinking all of this as I'm getting up and going to the bathroom, sitting down to pee. And then I get back in bed and I go to sleep. And then the next dream, no rushing, no panic, no freak out. Why? Simply because during the day, all I did was say, the moment I have to pee, I go pee. I stop everything that I'm doing. And I mean, I'm so serious. Like, even being like, well, let me go finish putting these things away and then I'll go to the bathroom. I used to be chronically like that. Simply because when you have kids, you get used to organizing stuff and getting stuff on a routine and on a schedule so that you can limit the amount of fucking frustrations, the amount of stress that you were constantly under having to regulate for whole other beings. You know, you got to keep shit. Oh god, I gotta keep stuff like moving in flow, because if it goes out of flow and we have a train wreck, then like I gotta pick up everything and get back into flow, and oh god, it's just too much. So you get on a schedule, you start narrating when you'll do things based off of what's easiest for you, based on your routine and your external schedule, rather than your intuitive needs. That's control over intuitively, that's control over biology, to be totally honest. And so, yeah, I immediately, um, I'm telling you, you'll notice a difference. If you eat when you're hungry instead of waiting until things are bad, you will notice the difference in your brain, your function, your body. You treat yourself differently, then you feel differently. Your habit becomes different. Your charges become different. So this is what I mean by like are you in conversation with yourself internally? You got to get organized. When you're organized, you're organized. Whether you are conscious or unconscious. And I'm telling you, the happiest thing in my life, I love using all tools of consciousness. Anyone that I can find, grab, use. It's to the point where now, almost nowadays, I'm like, God, there are no other tools. This is really just it. Okay, bye. And then I just go live my life, right? Because there's only so many tools that you can find and grab. After that, you're just seeing how people use tools. And by then, you're just a scholar. So you might as well write papers and theses and stuff. You know what I mean? Don't just do all that ad nauseum thinking that you are healing yourself. Please move out of the healing stage and start, like, talking about your hobby, because it's a hobby. It's an interest, right? And it can be a profession too. So move out of the like, I'm healing myself stage and into the like, I am doing some work here, and start figuring out what work you're doing and then move into those spaces where other people are doing that work, and then boom. But anyways, what was I saying? I always do this. If go on a tangent, let's circle back. Where am I? Ah, well, I'll just jump back into retrogrades. But the point is that a retrograde is the energy is now going from inside of your body, and you are experiencing it internally rather than experiencing it externally. And if you just think signs and synchronicities, it's likely a direct thing, so it's external. Voices, images, pictures, feelings, thoughts that keep circling, this is more of an internal thing. Now, think about Mercury retrograde. When people go, the X's are coming back, that's because their external thoughts and the external world that they use to navigate has now gone internal. So if people are avoiding you externally, now they have to avoid you internally. And if people don't do the work internally, and you keep popping up over and over and over, what are people going to do? They're just going to go talk to you. Well, you just keep coming up, so I figured. That's why when other people are like, oh, I manipulate people and do love spells. No, you don't. This is just what people do because they're disorganized. Someone's just nudging the disorganization one way or the other. But the moment someone becomes organized, their nudges are like, I don't know, a toddler trying to suck on a rock. I don't know why I said that, but it's just like ridiculous nonsense. Like, you are not making the earth cold by sucking on a rock. What do you think? Like, you're just making the rock wet. Yes, but I changed the earth. Yeah, that one rock. That one rock, because you put it in your mouth. You're being a fucking weirdo. You're not doing anything magical. You're just doing it's not even a good example. I don't know why I got this baby in my head sucking on a rock. I don't know. But it's just like a toddler. I don't know why this magician is turned into a toddler. But the point is that when people are like, I'm a master manipulator. That's why all the master manipulators sound like children. The reason why people are terrified of them is because they're not physically children. It's terrifying to see someone who is in a remedial state acting with power and authority over other people. That's terrifying. That's probably why you feel the way that you do when you see it happening and you're like, how do they have power? This is scary. It's not like you, and then you need the person who has power, who is doing all this crazy shit, to be intelligent. You need them to be a master manipulator. You need them to be like, think about you know, the president. You know how a lot of people, they go to extremes. He's terrible. He's a master manipulator. He's this, he's that. And it's because they cannot sit with the fact that the terror of the situation. And it is a terrifying situation when someone who is in fact not full in faculty is in charge, has authority of others, and they're not full faculty, but they believe that they are, and they cannot be told otherwise. But they also have control over you and the things in your life and how your children will live. What? 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 This sounds terrible. If you tell somebody you want to play a game, they're going to be like, this sounds like Saw. It sounds like a horror movie. No. Yeah, that's why. That's why people freak the fuck out. But, anyways, so with Mars in retrograde, and not Mars, Pluto in retrograde, right? Pluto's automatically the underworld guy, and so he brings the whole mind for the most part into the underworld. It's not always there, but it's an aspect, right? Because he's in the body. Now, is Pluto active in your internal space? That's totally different. Sometimes Pluto is more active. For instance, if you have a lot of Aquarius energy, naturally, that's like this your sun sign there. If your sun sign, if your sun sign's in Aquarius, right, you're probably going to feel Pluto retrograde in your mind all the time, simply because you already have a planet there always on, pulling and pushing energy. And that planet that's there, that's always on, the closer it is to wherever this Pluto transit is, Pluto is now in the same, you see how the energies that, like, think in terms of ripples, right? If one is pulsing out and the other one's pulsing, you've got two things pulsing. So now you've actually got noise. If this one's pulsing and you've got like nothing really going on over here, yeah, this is the sectors of like, it's also like Pluto's right now is Aquarius. It's generally like 11th house stuff. So Aquarius rules over like the big picture, infrastructure, right? If the infrastructure of your city is being held up, there's all sorts of bickering going on like garbage waste and electricity and water, but you don't work in any of those sectors and nothing has been done yet. They're all just arguing and bickering. It's a very mental activity. How much are you impacted by other people arguing and not actually doing anything yet? If you need something to be done, then it can be a bit aggravating. You have some delays, right? If you don't actually need anything done, if they're arguing and bickering because like everybody wants to raise prices and that's negative for you, the arguing, the bickering actually helps you, but you still don't even notice that it's happening because you don't work in those areas. So nobody's raised prices yet. There you go. There you go. See what I'm saying? This is like 11th house Aquarius stuff. It's like stuff that happens in like the big space. And unless you are directly in that space somehow, you're really not going to notice. You will notice eventually because it's a big group thing, but it's not the focal point of your day to day. That's Leo. Leo says, I will. This is all attention on me. Aquarius is like, huh, there are bigger things in life and more perspectives to take into account, right? So the Pluto's up there in the mental body. This is a very like high level in the mental body. So your beliefs and scripts and social conditions, like the scripts that were socially conditioned in you, like when I talked about earlier, like Disney, the Prince Charming aspect and patriarchy and stuff like that, that would exist up there. So if you are happily married, you are queer, you deconstructed patriarchy and you have kids and you're 70 now, and you're on vacation in Vienna and you think about moving to Bali and you guys are settling down and you're going to live in Bali for the rest of your life. You can see how like the people having a moment about the voice memo guy, patriarchy, and having been socially conditioned into all the, that's not going to bother this 70-year-old queer person who's moving to Bali soon. Like it's just not going to impact them. See what I'm saying? So it really depends. It's a upper mental thing. It's like what belief systems there, what's going to impact them are the belief systems and social conditionings that they either haven't deconstructed or the ones that they have that need deconstructing. Okay. So this is like new scripts. Now here's where things get interesting is we have Uranus and Mars and in the mental body, and not just any part of the mental body. Libra is like the mental body. I want you to think of like tennis court. You are in a match against someone else, so the whole tennis court and the keeping the score and making sure that everything is fair. That's like Libra air energy, right? You're in a conversation with another person and you are exchanging something. Gemini is your personal blueprint in the way that you think the world happens. When we talk about subjective truth, that's Gemini. So, in your subjective truth column, you've got Uranus, the guy of spontaneity, Mars, the guy who can't stop running and attacks everything. And then in your upper realm of deep beliefs, deep beliefs that inform the habit thoughts that you make in Gemini, is Pluto in hell inside of you, bringing up all the stuff that you need to get rid of. Hey, and that's why when I say things like the voice memo guy, this isn't really a problem. Like it's not really a problem about him. It's a problem about the social conditioning of patriarchy. People are not wrong to say that he's a red flag. I personally would definitely call him a red flag, mainly because that was so fucking vanilla weird. I don't fucking know. I don't fuck with it. Like this is how you approach me and this conversation, like it's so bare, it's nothing, like it's very transactional. I'm uninterested. It's not necessarily harmful if you're into that sort of thing, you know but it's not for me. That conversation though isn't really about our personal feelings and thoughts, because to be totally honest, that's too subjective. It's more so about the fact that yes, red flags are important for women to understand as they deconstruct their need for their deconstruct patriarchy within themselves. And so that means, what tells you that you are being coerced when someone walks away from you or says that they don't want to be around you if you're not going to participate the way that they want to? Why do you feel anything but repulsed by that and happy to just go your own way? Why do you feel like, and by repulsed, I don't mean like negative, I don't mean like putrid, rotten repulsed. I just mean like, poo, okay, bye. Like, why don't you feel like an immediate distancing? When somebody does something and it's really ugly and it gives you the ick, and you feel immediately less attraction towards them. Like, why, getting this memo, didn't you just immediately feel less attraction and then move on? That's the question. There's no shame, guilt, or any right or wrong way to necessarily feel, but that's the question we ask. Why did I feel anything but the want to release? Why did I feel triggered? Why did I feel like this person is trying to get me to do it when they, in fact, said that they don't want to? If I'm not going to, they want to just go the other way. Why am I interpreting it in a way that this person's trying to grab control over me? Because do you have to walk away? No. Do you need to stay with them to understand that answer? Yes. So do we need to deconstruct this? Yes. Pluto would say, okay, there you go. Gemini says, oh, okay, so now that you know the main thing that you've got going on, some internalized patriarchy, let's look and see how that exists in your life every fucking single day. And I'm also going to throw in the need to change it quickly. And I'm also going to give you a lot of examples and spontaneous moments in which you get to experience, see, and navigate this energy to change this blueprint. Because when the mind's in the underworld, for the most part, these are new scripts. You have the chance. It's rebirth. Rebirth. The underworld is all about rebirth. So you get a chance to do new scripts, right? So this is how you get to the place where you're like, my old belief is working hard is valuable, but now I'm going to sit with that and deconstruct it and ask myself, what are other beliefs here? Like, how does the world show me otherwise? And then allow space and time for that, for the world to show you. That could be a TikTok video of somebody making a lot of money, just, I don't know, dancing. Or that, occasionally, and anytime I'm on, like, I restart my channel, occasionally I get weird fucking videos. And I'll get one of like women making ceramics and strange clothes that tell me this is like a softcore OnlyFans account. And I'm like, man, people do the weirdest shit. And I guess people do pay for this. And then I'm like, I think about it and stuff like that. And then I move on. But that is a way in which someone is easily making money. or at least advertising to make money passively in some other way, I would assume. I don't know. But like, it's so easy to look at that and say, oh, this is, they're just trying to get past that. It's easy to make a lot of judgments, but in that moment, you could just be shown, look at how this person's making money. They're doing it in a way that makes you clutch your pearls. So it's clear that regardless of how you feel, money can be made in many different ways. So, what is the underlying way in this person's making? Well, they're taking advantage of what they have to sell. And in this particular case, they believe that that would be that their body or a performance of some sort. And then you could think, oh, well, that's terrible. Maybe you can make up a story about how this person is trying to, like, sell themselves to get through college. You can make up a story like that, or you can scroll to the next video and then see an artist doing the exact same thing, except for it's not sex, but they're still selling their body. They're dancing. They're making their money by selling a performance. And maybe they make more, maybe they make less, maybe they don't make any money whatsoever and they just live off stipends. I don't fucking know. And you scroll and you see somebody who makes money because you know what I thought the other day? I was like, man, I wish I would have made off white label paint pens. Do you know how many paint pens these days are all the same fucking thing? The companies have just, replaced, they just put their label on it and they charge whatever they want to charge. So a brand that has a lot of publicity might charge twice the amount for the same pen that somebody else, right? Okay, there you go. You could have made money selling paint pens. You're an artist. You saw an opportunity and you make money selling paint pens, and nobody knows that you do that. You just make videos talking about them. You don't tell them these are mine. You just go, wow, these ones are cheaper and they're the exact same. And then people start buying that paint pen. They don't even know that it's connected to you. That's passive. You just made a few videos, and because art supplies sell, you made 10 grand in a month. All you did was compare the pen that you had to a different one and tell people it was cheaper. Boom. You 3 different videos taught you different ways in which people make money. If you are open, you will receive, you will stop and you'll think about those things. If you are closed, you will judge other people based off of your own belief systems and you will stay stuck in your own belief systems. If you're open to challenging your belief systems, asking questions and stuff like that, and to yourself, not to other people, to yourself, because this is the key. You got to sit with yourself to challenge your belief systems. You cannot ask other people to challenge them. So if you ask other people, how did you do this? This is, you're not challenging your own belief systems. You are hoping for someone else to give you the golden ticket. And the golden ticket is all reliant upon you changing your own belief. So you have to sit with yourself long enough to do that. So that's kind of what's happening right now. There's a lot of them that are shifting and change. It's really it's personal. Let me see. For me, what belief system have I changed recently? Um, I don't know. I do them and so it happens all the time for me. Oh, wait, no. One that I had more recently was it actually doesn't take very much at all to develop a skill or a talent. It just takes tiny little habits. And that's why I'm focusing more so on my habit tracker right now. I used to, but sometimes I use my habit tracker, sometimes I don't. I don't make it and by that I mean, like, I go through periods where, like, I'm starting new habits or I'm bringing in new things, and then I use that, and then I go through periods where I don't use it at all because, well, my habits are my habits. I'm not really doing anything new. I'm just maintaining. And then if I get a new one, I start using a habit tracker again. So my belief, I had to switch from the belief that I didn't need to track any of those things. I just do them to I need to track them so that I can get the little small things in. It's nothing new. You know what I mean? It's just a little bit of it expands. Sometimes it's just shifting beliefs. And shifting I don't want to say it like that because I don't want you to think you go back and forth, like you believe this thing one moment and then you don't the next moment. No, it's more so like some things are soft like that, like you can turn on and off. Like I do this thing when I need to do this thing, and because you're doing it, it's a habit. You do this thing and then you need to do something else, so you change your habit to something else. So now you do this other thing because you need to. It's not necessarily like a flip flopping back and forth. There's some nuance to it, but I think that's one that I've been doing. A lot of mine have been extremely fucking nuanced. You know what I mean? Like super fucking nuanced. And I think that's the thing about the Gemini aspect, is it's super fucking nuanced and also seemingly kind of fucking random. Like all of this stuff seems, yeah, I see it all the time in the graph community. Graph? I don't know what that is. Is that the graffiti community? Is that what you mean? Um, but yeah, sometimes Gemini is super fucking nuanced because it's local. It's very local. It's what do you do? What do you know? Who are you? Where do you talk to? Where are your local jaunts? Where do you go? It's everything that you know. I always I say this. You have about like your beliefs, like who you are exists, and it feels like the whole world, but the more you go beyond what you know, you start to realize that the boundary of what you thought was a boundary of the world is actually a boundary that you have in the world. And that can be an existential terrifying thing depending on how old you are and how experienced you are, right? With having your beliefs challenged. And also it can be a great thing where you're like, ooh, something new. I finally have gotten out of a rut because you're starting to like see stuff that you learn stuff you didn't know before. So you can have those two types of experiences, especially when it comes to Gemini. Gemini is like the world that I think that the world, like my if I think world, globe, earth, right? I have countries, continents, I've got oceans, I got all this stuff. Now, I want you to drop me in a country that I don't even know how to pronounce and then have me meet someone whose cultural customs and lifestyle are so far beyond what I know and tell me I still know the world. I could not say that I still know the world. My entire mind would be blown. I thought I knew the world, but it turns out I just know a map. Turns out when I went to that country, oh, Japanese people, they have a thing called Paris syndrome. I've heard about this. I haven't heard from any like original sources. I just hear about this happening. Uh, where like like sometimes some people have had to be hospitalized because they go to Paris, France, and it's so far from their imaginings that they have a visceral response. The map is not the territory. The menu is not the meal. And Gemini is very much a map and a menu. Yeah, and then and it's like it's talk about the menu is not the meal. Gemini is a menu at a restaurant that is not all food. You're looking at a menu and you're like, oh, it's pretty robust menu too. That is not all food. That is a menu at a restaurant over there. And if you confuse the all food and a menu at a restaurant you like to go to, you will have a rude awakening when that restaurant either closes down or you have to go somewhere new. And you look at another menu and you're like, what the fuck is a hamburger salad? What the fuck is that? I don't even know what that is. What would a hamburger salad be? Oh, someone said Paris syndrome is so funny to me. I almost don't believe it. I know I was like that too. And then, but I've met Japanese people, and I'm like, I used to think that in the dramas, because in this Chinese dramas, Korean dramas, and Japanese dramas, people like, especially in the fantasy ones, it's like the littlest hit will make someone cough up blood or something like that, or they go to the hospital when they get like a little bit of a fever. They'll be outside in the rain, and the next thing you know, they're in the hospital with pneumonia. And I was like, this is so exaggerative. And I thought it was just part of the media. Then I went to Japan and I was like, no, I can see why people are like this, because they have the capacity and the ability to confront issues as they surface. And so therefore it appears to me that they are like almost fragile to like external conditions changing, when in all actuality I think it's just that they are so in a predictive state that the erroneous strange thing that happens throws their whole fucking system out of whack. So I can see that, but also I'm like, what is going on? What media? But then you watch their anime and stuff like that, and they do have a lot of romanticized ideas about Paris. And that is bizarre to me to some degree, because I'm like, how are we in the same world? But then again, I'm in America, where everyone in America, the American colonial conditioning is to treat France like it's like it's the failure of Europe. They always lose and this and that. Like that's like kind of the American propaganda. So perhaps it really just is perspective. But yeah, yeah. Paris syndrome. Why did I mention that? Oh yeah, that's having your entire world obliterated. You know what I mean? They'd go to Paris and they'd see that it is not the romanticized city that they thought it was, and visceral reactions, visceral cultural shock. Because think about it, it's the psychosis again, right? Your subjective truth and objective reality They did not match up well. And that can be wild. The nosebleed when turned on or embarrassed. Yeah, that was always so wild to me. I was like, what is that? But then I thought about it, and it's like, oh, the blood that rushes, and also the ability to express that. And perhaps people, people do a lot of different things when they're conditioned, like, and they're told, like when you were told that this is how things work, how much of that is like you will it onto yourself versus genetic versus environmental. It's not, I think all that's funny and interesting. But yeah, that's the Gemini aspect. Oh, and then the Aries stuff, I think we're past that, although Neptune is retrograde. So another energy that has gone, that is inside, is illusion based, right? So I'll mention this one with with Neptune retrograde. So uh Neptune, oh my god, okay, there we go, retrograde. um with Neptune retrograde, this one kind of gives us the energy of Neptune kind of rules over, we want to talk about conjecture and who helps you with conjecture, like who's sitting next to you when you're making plots and schemes, or you're in rumination, or you're building your subjective truth. That's Neptune. Neptune's there. Neptune is like the weaver of all things, because he sits in the ocean. He sits in all. Like, if you think of the ocean as the arts and crafts room, and you're about to try to make something, so you got to go into the arts and crafts room to like get your materials. You got to journey in there, discover what's there, collect your treasures. It's more like underworld stuff, but Neptune does some of that sometimes, right? Feels like it, and then you surface out of it, and then you make something. Right. But the journey in the art room can be overwhelming. The journey in the art room can lead you to think grandeur, aggrandized thinking. Oh, I could do this, and I could do this, and I could do this, but you don't have all that time. Oh, right. It can lead you to all sorts of things. So Neptune is like internally, if subjective truth and conjecture are a topic that I'm talking about a lot today, it's because of Neptune. Neptune really does make it super easy for people to want to confirm their biases, because it makes the illusion feel very real, especially when he's in the spiritual body, or the body of the identity. That's Aries. So, um it's what so interesting. So it's like, it's wild. um Especially when you think about Aries energy, because it's how we identify with ourselves, or it's our sense of self. So when you say, I know who I am, or you can feel your own energy, or when you're not feeling yourself versus when you are, or think about when you're around someone who you really love being yourself around. You never have to filter yourself. Some people don't know what that's like. Oh, and that's terrible. You should be able to do that in a journal if you don't know what that's like with another person. Okay. So that's why it's really important to have some type of space where you commune with yourself, because you need to know what it's like when you're just sitting with yourself and you are in stasis. That's what Aries rules over. That's why Aries is fire. And one thing that you can do, funny enough, I do this all the time, is I only, like, when energy approaches me, it needs to be purified before they come to me. I just say that. I had said that to Pluto one day, and it's been the same way ever since. In fact, I had dreams where people were just getting purified. And that doesn't look like Pluto sets people on fire. That does not look like people combusting in flames in front of you. It looks like people being overcome with their own spirit and compelled to do something or say something, and they don't know why they're saying it or doing it, or they're overwhelmed by something, and it just blah, and you're like, who would do that? Like, why would you tell me your whole plot? And they're like, well, and you're like, no, that's weird. And yeah, it's like somebody has to purify. They have to tell you everything, um even though they're trying to hide it. And it's like, why would you do that? And they can't explain it. That's purification. Like, they're being purified as they come into your energy, which is why I always say, believe people when they tell you who they are. That's an old age idiom, but it's a truthful one. Oh my god, why did I tell you this? Moments. It happens to us too. And sometimes it's not always negative. Like, sometimes you're being purified for good purposes. It's not always negative. But it is. And you can ask for that. May people be purified when they come into my energy. Now, the responsibility for you is to be honest about what you see. Because how can something be purified if you refuse to actually acknowledge it? If somebody comes in front of you and they're like, oh man, this happens sometimes. Let's say you're at work, you got coworkers, and one coworker treats you like shit. Like not like actively. It's just in meetings they don't acknowledge you. And for the most part, it's not personal. It's just that they really, really want attention from other people and they believe that the other people have something to give them. Okay. So this is the dynamic. It's not like this person intentionally dislikes you. They just think that you have nothing to offer them. So they kind of ignore you. And then they find out that the boss absolutely fucking loves you and runs everything by you. And now they're up your fucking ass. You know, some people, they go, no thanks. I saw who you were. That's clear. That's purified. Pluto was purifying that person before that person could come to you as a false character. So you got to see them as they were. That's purifying. Now, if that person goes, oh my God, you're so smart, you're this, you're that, all of a sudden, and you're a little attention seeker and you're a little people pleaser and you need external validation, you'll go, wow, well, I guess they finally figured it out. And now you've just let this little turd into your fucking energy because that person actually doesn't like you. They don't even like themselves. They have no sense. They're useless. They couldn't be in a room and assess it correctly. So why would you even want this person's validation? But if you turn around and you feel something, you like that they kiss your ass, you like having the power, you think that you're the one in charge, and especially, oh, make it a white man with blue eyes. People love a power trip on a white man with blue eyes because it means that they have subjugated the one who always takes the prize. Huh, now I'm above you, right? Yeah, 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 yeah. It's really bad with women in corporate spaces. Um, so be mindful of that. But that's a trap, isn't it? Because you literally just saw that this person was useless, and now all of a sudden, because they kissed your ass, because the world has revealed to them that you are a prize, now they're running up to rub themselves on you so that they can get some of that good vibe on them, even though they're just a fucking parasite. Why would you let a parasite into your energy? The way that you didn't give them power when they didn't pay attention to you, you should probably keep that same energy. Right? That's the Pluto has revealed or has purified energy before it has come to me. So be observant. I like to be really observant whenever I enter new spaces and places. That means talk less and listen more. I won't do the Aaron Burr talk less, smile more. Don't let them know what you're against or what you're for. Like, we don't have to want to get ahead. That's a little insane. But you should probably talk less and just listen more so that you can actually understand and ask yourself, do you like this space? Do you actually want to interact here? Do you want to do this? And you'll find that people are pretty decent. At least I do. Most people are pretty decent. I don't want to be friends with them because they're a fucking disorganized nightmare and I don't want all that craziness in my life. But that doesn't make them a terrible fucking person. Some people have a lot of man, I was in that art class, I was sitting at a table and I would say that they were talking about having visited the Dole plantation in Hawaii. And these aren't terrible people, but I'm sitting here like, I couldn't be friends with people who just casually go to plantations on their vacations. Like, you do know that this is built off of wage slavery. And also Hawaii is still under capture technically, like we're missing a lot of the plot. And that doesn't necessarily make them inherently evil people, but they are definitely really unaware, and that would drive me fucking insane because now I have to mention this all the time because I'm not just going to sit here and like be like, oh well, I'm not going to say anything while they talk about their plantation. while they're unconscious, and I'm not doing all that. I can't call myself your friend and also be an accomplice to your idiocy. Like, no. And now I'm also a villain because now all I do is sit here and bring up people's idiocy. Do you see how I can acknowledge that people are okay as people for the most part, except for the parts that are kind of fucked up? And I can also recognize whether I'm compatible or incompatible. There have been people that are kind of like a little wayward, but we were compatible to an extent, right? They were wayward, but they were wayward in ways that did not that their unconscious behaviors were not harming others, they were just harming themselves. And eventually, harming yourself will lead you to harming others. But until they get to that point, I'm not going to sit here and judge somebody and be like, I can't be friends with you, because occasionally you have personal issues and character development stuff that you go through. That, like, who doesn't? Right? Like, we can be compatible, and you can be, and I can objectively say that oftentimes I think you are the problem in the problems that you have. Like, you're telling me about a problem you got with some other person, and while that other person was definitely in the wrong, I'm asking, why were you there to begin with? Like, when are you going to stop entertaining this? You're right. You're right. See, that's somebody having a personal issue, but like, I don't need to be all up in that. Those are personal unless somebody asks me, and then boom. But like, that's because we're compatible, and it's until we're not. And that can sometimes change too. So wait, why did I say all that? But yeah, Neptune retrograde is like bringing forth, if Pluto is purifying, changing things, Neptune is definitely um like showing you subjective truth. You're either probably, especially, I dare you to just scroll on TikTok. Like, if whenever you get on TikTok, especially if you want to practice it more consciously, just ask yourself, what is their subjective truth, and what is my subjective truth, and what is the objective truth? What is, and then what do I believe about it? What do they believe about it? How can I discover the objective truth? Can you feasibly know the objective truth about something that you have not experienced in person? No. Ooh, that gets spicy, doesn't it? Somebody's telling you a story. That's why the voice memo thing always pops up for me. We get so little information, and so many people put so much extra shit onto the very little information that they get, instead of going, I don't know objectively what happened. Based off the evidence that I do have, though, this is my subjective truth. Based off of this evidence, this is their subjective truth. This is what they chose to share, right? Do those types of exercises, and you'll see when you do that, you're like, just the exercise itself gets your brain doing it, and that is what shifts everything. It's so nice. What about the ones who know very well but still choose to ignore it? There are people I care about who disappoint me, and I wonder if we should continue being friends. It makes me think I'm giving too much to anyone because they just end up disappointing me, or maybe I'm just being idealistic. We're all humans with individual faults. Okay, regarding vacationing on plantations and just general immorality. Okay, so if I have a value, so here we go. Um, to me, I am incompatible with someone if our values are different. So, um, if I think that something someone is doing is abusive or is contributing to an issue at large that is abusive, and I bring it up and they agree that it is abusive, and we have a whole conversation, and then they just turn around and do that stuff anyways. And they're like, yeah, but like, it's not that deep. Like, I hear you, but like, also, like, then that just means that they were entertaining you because they like to keep things, smooth between you and them, right? They care about you, they do. So in that moment, they probably meant what they said, they saw what you said. But then when they were like living their own life, the other aspects of them don't agree. So they have not fully integrated that information in yet. And based on their habits, so like what they actually do is telling you an awful lot about how that integration is going. So if you have brought something to the attention of others and they have not integrated it, but they acted like, performed like they would, like they want to, like yes, I agree, but then they do whatever the fuck that they're doing and it's bullshit. That's cognitive dissonance that exists inside that person, and every time you're around that person, the cognitive dissonance will be activated. They're not going to tell you about the vacation, even if they post it on the internet and you see it. If you don't say anything about it, you don't like it, you don't comment on it, they're going to notice. The next time you hang out with them, they don't tell you about the vacation, they don't say anything about it. You noticed. The cognitive dissonance is in the room with both of you. It's just a matter of like, are you going to ignore it and allow them to forget about that whole situation and conversation so that they can go, okay, or are you going to bring it up, to which you're going to make them feel bad again about the stuff that they do, and like they're never going to be good enough, blah, 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 blah. To which they might project all of that onto you. You make them feel bad. You do all of it. That's the part where I'm not interested. I find that to be incompatible. When I'm existing in cognitive dissonance with someone, I back the fuck off. But that's me because I don't like putting up with cognitive dissonance because for me, my lived experience, that shit always patterns out to be bullshit. People end up thinking like it leaves room where people think that I'm thinking about them when I'm not. Because to be totally honest, if I'm friends with somebody and then they tell me that they went to a plantation, this, that, and the other, I'm gonna be like, you went to a slave wage plantation. Like I'm gonna say all these things, not with personal aggravation and anger and vindication. I'm sorry, I'm not that attached to it. It is, in all actuality, not still conducting the same way that it was. I just think that it's poor taste, bad choice, and like, what the fuck did you get from it? Like, I'm confused what drew someone there, and I'm also confused at why it was a fun family vacation that drew you there. You know what I mean? Like, it's a plantation. What did you think was going on? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you were just really ignoring a lot of things here. So, I'm confused about that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, that's weird. Now, I'm going to judge this person and be like, yeah, I think you're kind of a dumb bitch when it comes to like just general awareness about like the shit in your environment. Like, you went to Hawaii and instead of just hanging out on a beach or like eating local foods, you stayed at a resort and then you went to a plantation. That to me is weird. And I'm going to judge you. And every time I see you, I'm going to be like, oh, where's your entourage? I mean, slaves. I mean, I'm just kidding. I just know that you like going to plantations. I'm going to irritate that person most likely simply because I refuse to sit in cognitive dissonance and um I'm actively going to be antagonistic without even meaning really anything by it. I'm just speaking to the cognitive dissonance in my own way so that I don't have to sit with it quietly so that it stews inside of me. Cuz then if I'm sitting in with it quietly, now I'm over here thinking, do I have scruples? Or do I just complain about people and things, but never actually do anything? Because yeah, now I'm questioning myself. Ugh. Right. So, no, I'm not going to sit with that. I'm going to call it out and make it a thing. Right. But also, I don't really care because it's not my life. I'm not making these choices, X, Y, and Z. Right. But now, at this point, I'm antagonistic. This person's going to avoid talking to me about these things or feel like they can't talk to me about these things when they normally do. They're going to feel like they didn't know what they did wrong, or maybe they do know what they did wrong. I don't fucking know, but now they're going to be acting weird and I'm already antagonistic. So if they act weird towards me while I'm already being antagonistic, I'm not likely to take that well. I'm likely to circle right back to the fact that maybe you're upset because you're a plantation like connoisseur. You wanted to go on there and feel the weird vibes of people's like generational misery of being encaptured and enslaved either by like low wages, or just general like spiritual fucking like like capture. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, mm, like I'm sitting here doing all that and I'm like, maybe that's your problem. Maybe it's not me. Maybe me being an asshole about it isn't the actual problem. Maybe it's you. And now, are we even friends? Like, you know what I mean? They probably don't feel like it. I personally still not that bothered. But that's because I'm not sitting with the cognitive dissonance. Somebody else is. Now, how does that feel? Now, am I going to invite that person to be my maid of honor? You're going to stand up next to me on the day of my wedding. I'm an antagonistic asshole who keeps judging you about the choices that you made based on lack of awareness, or be they were aware, but then I told them and then they did it anyway. So they make poor fucking choices. And now it seems like I'm trying to micromanage their lives. I'm not trying to do all this. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. I had family. I said had like they're dead. To me kind of. But I like I had family where, you know, like you're bonded in some way, like in-laws, extended family, things like that. Like we're bonded and we're always communing together. I'm going to read your thing in a second. We're always communing together, right? And it can be difficult, right? It's easy to kind of say, well, friends, you make them, they go. With family, it's a little bit different. You're always around people in some way, some fashion or the other. You don't actually have to be friends. But being antagonistic to somebody, this is what it taught me because I was like, I'm the type of person, I really don't care. I'm going to just like say the thing. I'm not necessarily going to judge you per se. Like if you do dumb shit, I'm just going to label what it is. I'm going to be honest. That can sometimes be crude and harsh and really mean and also like really revealing. You know what I mean? Like I recognize that. So I pick and choose like when I'm going to do all that. But if I have to sit here and pick and choose constantly around the same fucking person, that is exhausting. I'm not about to do the thing where I'm picking and choosing my battles. Battles? Why are we adversaries? Why am I sitting next to somebody as like we're friends or some shit, but we're really adversaries? I don't even like going to family get-togethers with somebody that I don't like being around. Because the energy is just so fucking unsettling. Like, even if I just ignore somebody and I read, I'm busy, I'm tired, whatever have you, I don't feel like this. This isn't fun for me. So that's how I handle those things. I'm very much like, if cognitive dissonance exists and either I'm an asshole or it turns someone else into an asshole, I'm kind of done because that's tiring. You know, like it's just meh. When my values don't line up, I have another story, but it seems like everyone around me, but I'm trying with liking people again and not retreating into total isolation. I know Neptune's talking to me and I can't see everyone. It's still weird as hell. And then they're mad, and then I don't care about them or their lives. Why would I tell me now? And see, this is my thing. When you're like, okay, I'm trying to like, you don't need to try. The people that you will like, you won't have to try. You won't have to try. They will come up and it will feel easy. You will feel silly for having not liked people. You might feel a little scared that you like people because you know that people can be disappointing and this person isn't disappointing you yet. You can feel silly that you thought all people were disappointing simply because these people that you knew were disappointing and those were all the people around you. But again, it's just like Gemini, Uranus, Mars conjunction, right? Though that's not the world. That's a menu at a restaurant, not all food. So your worldview is narrow in those moments. When you hold on to people because like you're like, "Oh, this menu, this is all I got, this is the food that I have," and you need food to survive, and you hold on to that menu and you never go to a new restaurant even though you don't like the food on this menu because you need food to survive, and this is the only food that's in the world because it's the food on the menu. You see how this is an insane asylum trap? And meanwhile, you just leave the restaurant and go eat other food. Now, if you leave that restaurant and it's the only restaurant in town, whoa, you just found out about this town. This is the only food that's here. Now, that can feel really defeating at first. This is all that's here. But it's also freeing. It's what's here, not what's everywhere else, which means you actually have the world as your oyster. You have so many more options. I could pick you up and pluck you into a different country, and you're going to find some people that are totally incompatible with you, and you're going to find people that you've never even imagined existed who have no ill feelings towards you, and you feel neutral towards them. And then you're going to meet people where you're like, are we the same fucking person? We don't even speak the same language. This is crazy. I understand you, even though we don't even speak the same language. Like, I think about hanging out with you. I want to know what you think about this thing that we talked about previously. I want to know what your thoughts are on this because, oh my God, I can't wait to share this with this person, right? You're not going to feel like you need to try. I got to try to get out there. I've been there where I'm like, oh man, I do this all the time. So that's why like, I understand how you feel. I've been doing that my whole life. I I like my own time and I like isolation. And a lot of the social, programming is like that's anti-social. You should be social, be social, be so and that's what I heard all my life. And people would call me anti-social all the time because I didn't want to always do the things that other people wanted to do. But I was also really popular. I didn't like it's a weird fucking box over here. I remember when I was in high school, all my friends they would we would always hang out and go to the movies on Friday. And then, like, anytime they were gonna invite somebody new to the friend group or something like that, I was always like, "Ugh, never mind." So it's in my entire life, entire childhood. Yeah, but I'd be like, "Ugh, never mind." Like I don't know this person, so I don't want to spend my Friday evening having to like get to know a person because that means that I kind of have to alter how I am and who I am because I'm not intimate. I'm not fully myself the same way I am with people that I've known for years, the same way I am with someone I just met. That's just not who I am. I'm not hiding anything. It's just my personality, I'm very open, I'm very giving, I like to laugh a lot. I can laugh at myself. I A lot of hijinks. You guys know I am legally blind in one eye. I walk into stuff all the time. I'm super smart. I'm super loud. I'm super confident, which means I make mistakes all the time. You guys hear me talking shit to my computer as I'm typing and I get all these typos in. I'm a writer and I still can't fucking spell. I'll be like, God, motherfucking damn it. I'll be like, what the fuck? Give it, you know, and I'm like, blah, 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 blah. I can laugh at myself. I find that shit funny. Other people will see that happen and think that I'm having some type of like fit, and then they'll make a joke out of it. And it's like, look, bitch, I can laugh at me, but if you laugh at me, I'm going to punch you in your fucking mouth, and then you'll be laughing with no teeth. How's that feel? And then people are like, oh, you're so violent. No, you're just being rude. I literally just met you. You know what I mean? But then also at the same time, if I'm doing this to a stranger, you know, in front of a stranger with no context, you know what I mean? They're seeing like an aspect of me that I laugh at, that I think is funny, that other people who respect me, they understand that I'm just, you know, yes, I am technically throwing a fit, but I'm not actually mad. I'm not actually frustrated. This is just how I express any frustration out loud in the moment. And other people generally don't do that. They hold it in. They're very quiet about it. But I have a lot of Aries energy. I don't hold in frustration. That causes lots of inflammation. And also, why? When I could laugh about it instead, right? I don't hold any of that stuff in, which means I'm making fun of myself all the time. I'm laughing, not in any cruel, deprecating ways. I just laugh at the things that I do. I find them funny. Other people have considered that to be like self-deprecating, or like I like to punch on myself, so I'm the group punching bag, and then I punch them in the fucking gut with whatever the fuck I got, and then they realize very quickly, no, I'm not the group punching bag. I just like to laugh. But I'm only the one laughing at me. You know what I mean? You can't do that bullshit with me. Don't look at me and then think and take a joke that I made like 15 minutes ago out of complete context, because now you think I'm the butt of the joke. You think that, like, you know, the way that you can be cool with other people is to make fun of me. Like, what? Don't be a dumb fucker. Like, no, I did that to make myself laugh, and also everybody else laughs and it makes them happy. I like to entertain them. I'm an entertainer. I've got a lot of Taurus energy too. I'm a really good host. I know how to like make things feel comfortable and warm and stuff. And because I'm really smart and really confident and I'll have a lot of fucking friends, I was popular and shit like that, it makes people feel really uncomfortable because they feel like you got a lot. So it's really good to make sure that, you know, this is back when I was in high school. So I was like, to me, this is like prison. You're stuck here. You can't leave, you know, you just can't up and do whatever you want and make choices. You got to stay here for this place. You got to get along with people, even if you don't like them and stuff like that. So, you know, for me, it's like when people recognize that you have a lot, they feel a certain way. I can recognize that. So for me, you know, it's like when you have a lot, you share, and it lowers people's weird fucking behavior. But as soon as a weirdo comes around and they mistake all of my sharing for, oh, that's the person that you get to take from and do all this. Yeah, no. So I learned really early on that like a lot of my more like genial anyways, all of my like giving traits and stuff, all of the positive aspects of me, they were easily taken advantage of by people who didn't know me. So I don't have like, oh, I'll never be good to other people. No, it just means that like you got to be really gentle with how you introduce people with yourself. You got to show people how to treat you. So I tend to, it's not that I'm not giving, it's just that I'm more polite. I just practice etiquette when I don't know people. And I'm not trying on a Friday, you know, back then, Friday fucking after school, I'm going to a movie. I'm not trying to fucking practice etiquette. I just want to be myself, let off some fucking steam, let loose, be myself. It's this person that's coming out, not the one that practices etiquette and is really kind and thoughtful about other people, but also, you know, respectful distance until I get to know you. So people oftentimes would think that I was really quiet and easy to push over and stuff like that. And it's like, no, I was just being nice. Because once this side comes out, like I'm just honest. And also not everybody can take that honesty. Like that's why compatibility is so fucking important, because the version of you that you are, there's nothing inherently wrong with you unless you harm people. And being incompatible with someone, like my rough honesty, I like gentle, very sensitive people, I can only stand them for so long. I cannot be in the presence of a gentle, kind, sweethearted person who has never had a negative thought in their life about another person, because oh my god, I am like the devil half the time. All I ever have are negative thoughts about me. I'm like, man, that was the dumbest fucking shit that you could do. Are you all right? You need a help? You need some help? Like, I'm that person. I can be kind and also rough at the same fucking time. Man, my kids, that's why when people are like, "Oh, I wish you were my mom." No, you don't. My kids, they would fall over and shit. I'll be like, "Damn, buddy, are you all right? The fuck? That looked kind of like hard. Oh, you're really crying. Let me go over there." But I'm like, I'm over. It's like I kind of got like dad vibes sometimes. We were talking about that earlier. The dad tax where the dad eats like a little bit of everybody's stuff. I was like, "Damn, is that me?" And everybody looked at me and they're like, "Yeah." Tough lovers around here. Yeah, no, I'm tough. I'm tough as fuck. You know what I mean? Because I'm just sitting here like, are you good? If you're not good, then I'll help you out. But you got to communicate with me because I don't know what the fuck you want. Like, and this is how I just talk. People are like, you come across a little bit better if you didn't curse. Fuck you, bitch. What do you mean if I didn't curse? Why do I have to not curse? Like, what the fuck is wrong with that? This is my natural state. I remember once my kids, my oldest, I was like, no, that movie has too much cursing. He looks at me, he's like, I live with you. I was like, good point. But like sometimes I'm in those other sensibility where I'm super like, my dick, while I can talk like this, my diction is also super fucking high. I don't need to curse to read somebody to fucking filth. Have half a room thinking that I'm praising that person, and only a few people realize that I've just read this person for filth. That's how polite I can keep it. You know what I mean? I was raised by some super like high etiquette black women. It's insane. Man, I've seen my mother undress people in the most horrific fucking ways with her words and her presence and a smile. Okay, and she was never fucking wrong. And it's fucked up when you're looking at somebody that you fucking hate and you're like, fuck, I feel bad for this motherfucker. Like, can you not? That was my life sometimes in school. I just turn over and I'd be like, I'm not gonna fucking call my mom about this because I don't want to look at this man and then like, I don't know, if you see him neutered after, I'd rather just say fuck it and walk off. Like I had to make a lot of choices because I was raised with wolves. But I'm telling you, compatibility is important. Like if you're around people and you're like, anytime you, okay, then remove them from your space, at least in that moment. If you find that you're every like moment you have thinking about them, you're removing them from your mind so you can do something else, then you probably shouldn't be around them physically. And that's the thing is like while I know how I am and who I am so that I can practice boundaries about who I give my attention to and who I give my absence to, because a person who's really gentle-hearted and sweet and doesn't have awareness about half the shit that I talk about and say and do, they don't need their reality shattered just because, well, this is the world and this is my subjective truth, and if you don't believe, no, no, I'm not doing all that. I'm not doing all that. I've met people who I'm pretty sure have all sorts of fucked up belief systems. They're not inherently evil or anything like that. They just haven't questioned half the shit that's inside of them. And so they've got some fucked up sense, and and I'm not trying I'm not no. No. Like the people at the art table, I didn't go around being like, "So you do realize, no, I'm not that bitch. I'm not about to. You do know, right? And we're not friends. I don't need to tell you about anything. I can just let this be all the information that I need." I really did admire a lot of their artistic ability, their the information, they were like little encyclopedias. I thought it was great. They shared a lot of really great ideas. They told a lot of really great stories that made me think differently about, and I'm just talking about the people at my table, everybody in the room was great, but like just these women at my table, they told a lot of stories that kind of gave me some food for thought while I was working on my art. They were really great. But no, I'd never fucking be friends with people who go visit the fucking plantation. They have no fucking awareness because now I got to be the cognitive dissonance, this, that, and the other. Nah, I just took the gift of the moment and left the rest. And if that's family and friends and you're stuck in a bubble and stuff, it's okay. Just spend that time getting to know yourself. Stop demonizing isolation. Like isolation, there's this huge push on being with people, but you have to ask yourself, who's pushing this? Who's pushing this? Probably a lot of lonely people who want more people. Otherwise, when you are healthy and you're integrated in community, you don't push people out of isolation. You just kind of are in community. And when people come into community, you celebrate and you have fun. When they go off to their own corner, you happily await their return at some point in some time. That's a pretty healthy, like, like circulation. When people are obsessed, you've been in isolation too long, you haven't talked to other people. Like talk to yourself. And by talk to yourself, I mean like have experiences and then like enjoy the time that you spend reflecting with yourself. And if you're having experiences with people that leave you drained, have less of those. And if that means that you're just having more experiences with strangers that you don't know, people on the internet, or just yourself, that's okay too. It's just a period of time. You're like, this is the last 20 years of my life. You're only 20. Like, geez. You know what I mean? Like, in a year, your whole fucking life could be totally different. And like in 6 months, man, when you're 20, you have so much energy that you are consistently patterning out your reality and burst. It's wild, especially if you are female and well, especially if you're male and you're young, the bursts are crazy wild. They get kind of tempered as a man gets older. And by tempered, it's not that he has less ability to do so, it's that it becomes more organized. Same with women. Except for women, when they're growing up, it's like right before, it's like between birth and puberty, there's tons of energy, tons of energy. Girls at a young age can manifest anything. Once puberty hits, puberty to about like 30, it slows down because they're taking in a lot of the world, and that slows down the manifestation. Once you get into about 30s and you go, wow, the world's fucking stupid if this is how they all think. I guess my thoughts aren't so bad. Even if my thoughts are stupid, these are stupid too. Fuck you. Like, your president is orange, and he said that he's number one on TikTok, and also said that the Japanese, like, ISIS army has attacked somebody. I don't know. Half the shit that he said was terrifying to me because none of it made sense and none of it was real. And that's back in 2016. So 10 years later, he's over here, like, really falling off the edge. You know what I mean? Like, this is people's president. I can be stupid. I'm allowed to be a dumb motherfucker if this is the pinnacle. You know what I mean? I'm allowed. I'm allowed my own opinions, my own thoughts. I'm allowed to say stuff that's stupid. I'm allowed to say stuff that's smart. I really don't have to adhere to any social norm if this is what the social norm has selected as its representative. Let's be for real about that. You know what I mean? Um, it's being pushed by big codependent. Not big codependent. But no, it probably is. You know, people don't know how codependent they are. And some people are just super extroverted, and that's okay too, but we do all need to know ourselves. Oh, but yeah, by 30, once a woman kind of gets to know herself, that's when it becomes super refined and manifestation starts happening in large chunks again, but it's more complex. When you're a kid, you manifest like lollipops and presents and opportunities and adventures. When you're a grown person, you are manifesting infrastructure. It's super fucking boring. Nobody, no, the kids aren't interested in it, you know. Like, that's why I'm like, a lot of my students, well, a lot of people do tend to be younger. Most of my students are much older because this is all boring to young people, and that's okay. When you're young, you're wanting to experience and go out and know the world. You have this yearning, but it's important to know yourself. Know yourself. Know yourself. Know what you like, and spend all the time that you have practicing. Going, what do I want? What do I like? What do I think? And what do I feel? Um, that's why I ask my son every single time he says something and I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this is. So, what do you think and feel about it? I just go straight to there because then that gives me context. Sometimes they just come up and they just start talking at me, and I'm like, you do realize that I do not, like, the internet is much bigger than this. What are you talking about? But then if I approach it that way, and now he has to like convince me of something, and that's never a positive experience. So I just go, what do you think and what do you feel? Because this helps give me context. And then I get to know like the way that he's seeing the world, this, that, and the other. And also, it's really good because if I'm asking him that question, then eventually he's going to ask himself that question in order to predict, like to predict the question coming from me. So then he already has an answer, and that gets you really good answers about yourself. What do I think, and what do I feel about whatever is in my attention? And when you do that, you really do practice moving into your own center. You know, let me see. Is there anything else? Oh, Saturn, square the sun. The only thing there, that's not gonna last for too long, to be totally fucking honest. Are we already in Leo? No, we're not. We're still in Cancer. We're about to have a new moon. I'll talk about that when that happens, though. I'm gonna probably do a video Um, the sun is conjunct Mercury in retrograde. All that's in Cancer. All that's energy is it's not being overshadowed. Jupiter's in Leo. It's not that it's shadowed right now. It's just that the other energies are really fucking loud. Did I really just say the same thing? It's not that it's overshadowed. It's just that it's overshadowed. 100% I love my isolation. I think I practice a healthy, especially because I'm kind of stuck in a bubble. Well, don't tell yourself you're stuck in a bubble. Say that you are exploring your bubble. Otherwise, see, it's the I'm stuck in my bubble. That's the I'm in isolation. I think I need to talk to other people. That leads you down that thinking because stuck is a problem. When we say I'm exploring my bubble, your bubble can lead you to conversations with people. Aw, my cheeks hurt from smiling. Like, I'm glad, I'm glad. But you can then go, oh, okay, you're open. You can be open to meeting people. It's just don't be surprised if the people that you meet in the same exact area of the people you already know tend to be the same. And don't be surprised if and I'm just going to say this cuz this happens a lot. Don't seek the opposite in the area that you are in because a rebel of what you don't want is not your compatibility. Okay. Some people get stuck. Oh my God, now I get snot. Some people get stuck in well, I'm going to just find the opposite. This is giving, my dad hates black men as a white woman. My dad hates black people, so I'm going to go date a black guy. Why? Because I hate my father. So if I do the opposite of what he likes, then I'm set free. That is not how that works. That is an entire thought frame that exists, and it is a popular one. So that is not how that works. You do not move or change your own experience by being with the opposite of what you dislike. um because you are not, it's not that you want the opposite, it's that you are incompatible with that and you can just leave it there and then just be open to what you are compatible with. But being able to spot your compatibility in a calm, chill way takes time. So you'll probably end up meeting people that you don't think or know that you're compatible with, but over time, you slowly get to know somebody or something like that in a different space, and then you find out you're compatible, or you end up having a funny moment. You realize that they're a totally different person than you have ever known. You know what I mean? Totally different, not the opposite, just different. And different is oftentimes, think about how you experience different food. Like, I really want you all to think about it. You go to a menu of a new restaurant and you get a menu and it's all different food than what you're used to. Do you jump with joy and glee? Oh, I can't wait to try this shit I've never heard of before. And it's all words. You don't even have any pictures. This isn't Japan. In Japan, we got pictures. This isn't Japan. You got no pictures. Are you excited to try? You're reading the description and the ingredients and nothing's coming to mind. You just got to take a leap, right? What sounds right? What sounds good? I don't know. You need to do something safe. Do they have chicken on the menu somewhere? You can do something new. What's the favorite of the house? Right? You can really do a lot. But the thing is that you got to try something different, and you might try something that's gross and you hate it. You might try. It's me. I can't stand it. I always ask my husband to pick. He's a foodie. He's so good. He's so good at it. He's so good at it. And he tells me how it works every time. And then my mind goes blank. I can't even tell you now. He's just like, he looks at the restaurant and he's like, what type of food would they be good at? So if it's a steakhouse and like, is he going to get a seafood boil? Probably not. He's probably going to get a steak, They're probably good at burgers. They might be pretty good at like a grilled salmon or something like that. But if he sees like miso soup, miso ramen, he's like, they're probably going to make shitty miso ramen because what the fuck are you, a steakhouse, but you make miso ramen? Make up your mind. And then lo and behold, the miso ramen sucks. Steak is great. You know what I mean? He does things like that. I don't know. It seems really simple. It just, and to me in the moment, I'm always like, but how do I fight what my cravings are based off of what I read? Because I read something, I'm like, that sounds like it could be really good. And he's like, sure, but those are words, not people's like not like, the actual art. And think about it. And I'm like, huh. Anyways, I just leave it to him. He always picks good stuff. So that's my thing is like, but you got to try. And that's what I do. I used to, this is probably so autistic of me, but I used to be I'd always just get the same thing all the time. And when I wanted to try something new, I would go, hey, this sounds great, doesn't it? I'd look at him and I'd be like, it sounds great, doesn't it? And he'd be like, I don't know. I guess so. And I'd be like, "You should get it, shouldn't you?" And then he'd look at me and he's like, "You want me to get that so you get the same thing and you could try my food and see if you like it, and then that's how you'll decide whether you want to try it next time." No. And I'd be like, "No, come on, get it." I know that that is autism because I was trying to trap him into trying new food for me so that I could try his, the thing that I wanted to do, because I didn't want to like just try my own thing. So now, how do I get out of that? I ask him to pick and I just explore. I treat it as an exploration. What's this new thing? What do I like about it? What don't I like? It doesn't have to be an end all be all. I think that's what it is, right? When I was ordering food before, it was end all be all. Either I'm going to have a good experience or a bad experience. Oh, and then my whole food life is ruined because I had a bad experience. Food does that to you. You have a bad experience, you pick the wrong thing, and you're like, the fuck? Especially if you pay money for it. Fuck! Fuck! You just want to throw this shit in the kitchen. What the fuck did you make this? This is dry. I turned into Gordon Ramsay. Who are you? Like, ugh. I don't do that actually at the restaurant. I'm just saying internally, I'm just having a whole fucking boo, woe is me party, But then when I stop saying it's not all or nothing, it's just an experience. I can try it and I can have fun. What did I miss? I see you all talked about friends. Yeah. Right now we're just talking about, we're talking about experiences. I'm about to be finished. But when you realize it's not all or nothing, that nothing in life is all or nothing. Bring it, become present, come down to the moment. It's just an adventure in the moment. You were just experiencing something in the moment, right? Then all of a sudden it stops being as overwhelming. You stop thinking, I'll never make friends or I'm always isolated. This is all or nothing thinking. If you tell yourself, oh man, this happens to me when I feel sick, I'm always sick. I'm like, I always just have these roller coasters. Sometimes I feel fine and sometimes I'm sick. Isn't that fucking life? It's either you always feel fine, you are always sick, or sometimes you were fine, sometimes you were sick. Like, it's really just those three. But the moment I become sick, I always am sick. And then I'll say it, some days I'm fine. And then it's like, oh God, there's an ache, there's a pain. Always something. Always, always, always. That's always or nothing. That's all or nothing thinking. It only happens when you feel negative. Negative is dense and it's like making itself materialize. So it needs to be more concrete. So the more all or nothing thinking you're in, the more likely you're in a dense emotion. So you're probably in the underworld to some degree. You're in hell and you and you feel stuck and you're holding on to something in that all or nothing thinking that the moment you release it, you will slowly go back to stasis, wherever that is. That could be up here. You might go all the way up here, or you might just move up just a little bit back to stasis. But you just let go of whatever has you thinking that and has you stuck. Yeah. All right, y'all. I gotta go. Once a possibility. It's been pushed by. I still love that big codependent. That's hilarious to me. Um. Okay. Yeah. I gotta get going, y'all. I'm tired now. Let me go ahead and end the recording. Bye. The recording will be up, obviously. I'll probably be able to put it up really soon because we just have this one. Normally when I do all the FAQs and stuff, it's a little different because I have to, do a little bit more. So this is usually a little bit faster. Once it's done processing, it'll probably be up tomorrow as a replay. So anybody who's on TikTok, all you have to do is subscribe Midnight Scholar Society. You get the newsletter and you get all the replays and stuff like that. The only stuff that's inside of the subscription are classes. So the classes are anywhere between a month to 3 months worth of material. I do suggest you go 1 week at a time. And you can always either email if you are trying to figure out where to start or fill out the student FAQ. People oftentimes do both. If you email me, that might take me a little moment. But that might be faster right now than the FAQ, to be totally honest. And you just email and say, hey, I'm taking courses. I don't know which one to start. Generally, I say start at the beginning. Just go through the 12 non-material senses, and stuff like that. But I can help you out there because sometimes you just need a little bit of help. But yeah, that's all there. And then everything else is free, generally speaking. But it all is hosted on my Patreon, so you got to go there. And if you want to know when anything is coming available, just join and you get the newsletter. And the newsletter has everything that you need. Links you to everything. So if I have a bunch of videos that came out, then it'll all be in the weekly roundup. All right, everybody. This is pretty good, though. Probably going to talk more about some of this stuff in the newsletter too. And I probably will build this out in the newsletter, the underworld journey and stuff like that, because that was actually pretty insightful. I was surprised. I was like, ooh, this is good. I got to bring this into other things somehow. Yeah, this whole spiel. Just because it's really good information. But anyways, y'all, you're welcome, everybody. You're welcome. I'm sleepy now. Bye. Have a good night. Stay sane and you know, do any of the plethora of positive things that I said that are helpful, and I hope they work. You guys can tell I'm done. Okay, bye.